Alright, kia ora everybody. Let's get this going. I think we're all good to go. We'll find out. You'd think by now I would have this down packed, but honestly, nah. Kia ora Roslyn. Hello, and Smol. Oh my goodness, hun. Thank you so much for being here. I know it's like, when you say good morning, I know it's past midnight for you, so... if you do have to go to bed, please don't feel like you need to stay up for me, but I appreciate you popping in and saying hi. I know this time doesn't really work. Yeah, we are trialing a new time zone. I wish. We are trialing a new time for potentially being consistent with streams. It's been hard to figure out how to slot streams back in with the workday and how the workday goes. So yeah, doing Friday night streams, because it is currently 7:30 p.m. here on Friday night in Aotearoa. This may be a time that I can be consistent, but of course going from 9 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. is very, very different. So I am expecting this not to necessarily work for a lot of the regulars that were here, but there may be some regulars that this works for better. I don't know. We're just going to trial it. We're going to see how it goes for me. Obviously, I've just worked, so, you know, work and then rush to have dinner and then jump into stream. You normally, by the time I've finished work, I need to step away from the computer. So, yeah, I don't know. We're gonna try. TK Dodo! No, too early. I mean, hello. Hello, TK Dodo. Welcome in. AM means morning in my book. Yeah, it's 7:30 p.m, so I don't know, we're gonna try it, but it does mean that of course it's Friday night here, so I'm having a beer tonight. In fact, I have Korean wine in the fridge as well that I could have, but I probably won't. I'll probably have just a beer. I haven't put on the drinking tag though, because we're not gonna drink like that. It's just I had it with my dinner. I have travelled down to pick up the little munchkins, so maybe lurking more than normal. There's a house full of people here. That's all good, Rosalind. We are at 7:30 a.m. That's right, TK Dodo's on the complete opposite of me. So, yeah, 7:30 in the morning on... It must be Friday morning there for you then. But we're going to trial this time. We're going to see how it goes. I won't know until we do it. So, yeah. We're going to trial it, hopefully. I have missed being consistent with streams, so it would be nice to figure out, this time will work. But, yeah, it's just hard right now. I miss the morning streams, but I also recognise that in the mornings, there's just so much that I'm trying to get done before work now. And whereas before I would stream, have a little break, and then go to work at 4:30 p.m, I'm now going to work at 1:30, and the exhaustion of working the 5 hours, which is why I'm a little hesitant about Friday night, because it's like I'm working 5 hours and it's the end of the working week, but also it's Friday night, you know? Again, we're going to trial it. I don't know how it goes, but yeah, we're going to trial it. We'll see how we go. Fingers crossed. Otherwise, it'll just be sporadic streams when I can. 1:34 a.m. there. Oh my goodness, Mold. I don't imagine we'll go to 1:30 in the morning. I'll have to start doing ASMR as Mum goes to bed, because she won't want me, yelling into the microphone because she's trying to sleep. But anyway, what are we actually doing today? So, the other thing that is going to be interesting to try and figure out is, of course, night lighting. Now, I do have more lights, but I'm only about halfway in the shuffle down of my desk situation, and the new lights are all set up on the new end of the desk. So, we're still under the old lighting system, which means we're going to have some bits and pieces. I also don't know how I'm going to go with this, and I'm already getting annoyed with it. So I think we're moving this out of the way. Hopefully it's not making too much noise, but that's just already frustrating me. So we're gonna put that down. Got things to do, but wanted to say hello. Well, I'm glad you could pop in, but yes, go do the things, TK Dodo. Do the things, be the productive person. And thank you so much for popping in. So yeah, I figured it's Friday night. Let's have some fun. And this is really neat. Like, it's such an odd little colouring book. So this is a Pictora. I believe it was in part 2 of my complete collection tour on YouTube. I'm sure we covered that shelf in part 2, honestly. It's like 18 hours of footage. I don't remember what's in what shelf, but I'm sure this was in part 2. But what it is, so Pictora is an older style colouring book where it folded right out and it's one continual panel. So this is one massive long image. I need to zoom you out ever so slightly. I am so full of dinner. But yeah, it just goes through basically a bunch of monsters having a massive party in a house. It's very, very like funky. It reminds me a lot of Our Real Monsters, but it's just so neat. So I thought that would be a really cool one to try and colour today. Now I'm in two minds about removing it from the book because it is perforated and it is designed to be removed, and it is going to be very uncomfortable to colour this in the book. Having it out flat I think will be a lot easier, but I also don't want to remove it from the book. They're so cool. I have the fairy tale one. Yeah, I want to get the fairy tale one. It looks really pretty. I have a cats one too, and the cats one's a lot bigger. I do like the cats one. There's quite a few of them. I think they've got a picture. Yeah, so A Stroll in London, Traffic, Dinosaurs Street Parade, The Fair Comes to Town, Once Upon a Time, and Enchanted Forest. I mean, they sound like they're right up my alley. But yeah, this is from 2014, so this is older. You can always tape it back into the book when you're done. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, it's the sort of thing where it would be, it's a good little case to keep it in anyway. Like, and I have to pull it out to like look at it. It's so awkward to colour this and then also have this book. I mean, it's going to be awkward to colour no matter what, let's face it. I just feel bad ripping it out of the book. I normally try not to rip things out. I'll see how I go. I'll start colouring where we are, but then if it gets too annoying, we'll rip it out. Alright, I'm gonna take you right out. Sent you through art tax. Was hoping to have it finished with all the travelling, not being able to, but I do love how it's going. Ooh. It's not tasting particularly good. It's a beer that I opened previously and did not finish, and it tastes awful, so I may be chucking it out. Ooh. Sorry, I just have to send a reaction to my friend who posted a picture and looks gorgeous. Alright, messages. Oh wow. Oh wow. Wow. Rosalind, it's looking gorgeous. Haven't even set up my window capture tonight. That is looking stunning. Love how it's progressing. I mean, I'm biased because rainbows. You had me at rainbows, but seriously, that's looking glorious. And yeah, you've done so much on it. That background is really going. Yeah, absolutely stunning, Rosalind. You've done amazing. Oh, love. Love. I just have to do the actual sky and darken the shadow and highlight areas and I'll be finally done. Yes. It's gorgeous. You should be very proud. Chai and Vi, hello, hello. Hello, lovelies. Just noticed you were on. Yes, I am trying out a new potential time slot for regular streams that will hopefully work with the work schedule. So yeah, this is hopefully going to be a new time slot. I don't know, but we're going to trial it. There's a lot of stuff, you know, lights aren't perfect, setup's not perfect for it because I haven't finished moving down. Not new job, just the change in hours because of the now working 5 hours a day instead of 2. I haven't been able to do my morning streams because I now start earlier and it's a lot more intense doing more hours, so I haven't had energy or spoons. So I still don't know if technically I have energies or spoons for today, but yeah. So yes, Smolt has very kindly brought up the command. Also, hi Vi, I hope you've had a good day so far and are doing well. I did say it's going to work with water-based markers, but there's also quite a bit of like open space as well. So I do have my Inktense and Neo colors around me. I do have some, I was going to get my fine liners actually too, and gel pens and stuff. We're going to play around with some media. The great thing about these books is they can really take a lot of media. Like, it's a really gorgeous fit card, so you can get a bit in it. But yeah, it's such a fun book. It's such a wild little book. And I went to find some more information on the illustrator because when I first started looking at this, I was like, I swear this guy is like the Real Monsters guy, right? Like, it just has those vibes. So I looked up Aleksei Bitskoff. I'm probably butchering that. But like that, like straight away, Real Monsters, right? And he does have an Instagram, and it's legit him just drawing with like a ballpoint pen. And he just draws straight on the paper, no pencil, no nothing. He just goes in and starts sketching and just works with the basic of basic pens, and it's really neat. So yeah, it's like monsters having a party, getting into trouble, someone's fishing in the toilet. So yeah, it's quite a big section. It's because it's 8 also panels, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah, 8 panels. Fishing in the toilet is one does, of course. So yeah, I'm going to start by just aiming to get these first 2 done, because these 2 are outside and then we go into the house. So this makes sense to start aiming for here, and work here first, and then if we progress, we progress. But I am going to immediately stand up and get more supplies, because I forgot that I hadn't got enough. Cool. And we're going to get rid of Awful Bear. I'll take that out to the kitchen later on, and we will use Good Bear. Happy Friday, guys. Cheers. Oh, that's so much better. So much better. Okay, so I don't really have a plan going into this. I have nothing planned. Again, they're monsters, so we could have a lot of fun with colours here. So yeah, if you've got any colourways or anything you want to throw it out, because we're in that sort of anything goes here. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start with the sky, and I am gonna pull out my Neo Color 2s because I've got them right here. I think I'm gonna do like a purple sky. I think that seems fun. do violet, and a little bit of periwinkle. Yeah, just have some random fun colours in the sky, because why not? Again, they're monsters. Nothing about this has to be real, because it's all in our imagination. How many different panels are there? There are 8 panels in total. Perfection! Hello, hello. So yes, these first 2 deal with them outside, and then here they enter the house. So this is our only 2 outside ones. Yeah, different Pride Play colours is definitely, there are some good combos out there for them too. I'd kind of want to do that all the way through, like lots of different ones. Because I wouldn't want to just do all flags here and then no flags throughout, you know? I want to sprinkle flags throughout. How are you going, Perfection? Welcome in. Yeah, definitely need to sort out the lighting situation. That's a bit better. It's not going to help immensely. We're still going to have shadows no matter what, because unless I turn off the lights behind me, that might be an idea. Again, apologies. Night streaming is new. We're going to have to figure this stuff out. So if I remove the light behind me, apart from the sun setting, that's better. Now we'll get that, and that will still give me top light for me. Right, first problem solved. I'm thinking of experimenting with new time slots as well, especially on weekends. At least I've removed a couple of no-go days. Yeah, you just got to figure out what works for you. I mean, I know switching from 9 AM in the morning to 7:30 at night means that a lot of my regulars are no longer going to be here, but there's regulars that it will work for, and it's also, it's a time slot that I can see working for me. Again, I have got some concerns because I'll be doing this after work. I'll probably be tired, you know, things like that, but in the grand scheme of things, Friday night I can see being a consistent time, so we're going to try it. I don't know for certain, but we're going to try it. I was just watching the part where you showed this in your video. So it is in the uploaded video parts at the moment. I had a feeling it was in part 2. Till I start cooking, now you're on. Yay! I hope you've been enjoying Complete Collection Tour. These 18 hours of content all up between all 5 parts. It's 18 hours, so, you know, enjoy. Artsy Endo! Hello, hello! I was about to lay down and try and sleep and noticed you're live. Please feel like you're okay to go to sleep. If you need to go to sleep, I know my time is wild. But, yeah. Cassie, hello, hello. Oh, small. The Twitch chat keeps spelling you. You could do each panel as a loose monochrome scheme with different pride flags sprinkled here and there. Ooh. Full on. I like that idea, but I think I want to have colour throughout. Like, I feel like it's a cool idea. But because they're monsters, I kind of want them colourful. If I got these, there's a couple of them like a stroll through London or something like that. If I got one of those ones, that would be a damn cool idea for all the architecture and stuff like that. Which, I mean, I'm not opposed to getting more picture, though I'm really trying. I'm really trying not to buy too much stuff. Because, you know, I just filmed Complete Collection Tour and I just saw how many books I have that aren't worked. And yeah. You'll know how it goes. Yeah, it's only almost 7 AM here. It is almost 8 PM here. Right, I've been rambling for half an hour. I think I'm just going to start with some purple. We can always bring more colours in. We just need to get some colour onto the page. And I also need to update the command because I've already got the project command incorrect because the project command says we're working with water-based markers, and I'm throwing down Neo Colour as my first thing down on the page. But also, when I wrote that, I didn't think about the fact that we had these big areas of sky and grass. So, yeah. Rambling on this channel never ever happens. Never, never, never. I am careful in every single word I say. It has purpose and meaning, and I never ever talk about stuff that I never mean to, and I'm concise and on topic and precise. Hi, my name is Amy, and I'm a complete liar. 443 books is not enough books. No, I haven't quite met library status yet. According to you all, I need to get to... Some of you are saying 500 and some of you are saying 1,000. So... I feel like 1,000 I can officially classify myself as a library, but also I don't need 1,000 books. But also... I am... really trying this year. I'm not actually going to unhaul any books until the end of the year. I'm just going to try and keep track of books where I'm like, oh, I could unhaul this, just because I'm so changeable, and there are things I've unhauled that I've regretted. Plus with 2 years of kind of pushing myself to be like, work in the untouched books, work in the untouched books. I'm curious to see what happens if I have a year where there is no pressure, and if I don't have that pressure on myself to work those unworked books, maybe I'll just naturally work in them. So, yeah, this year's the year of no pressure, no nothing, we just vibe. And it's working so far because, yeah, this month is a lot. Yeah. So as well as my big old complete collection tour this month, you're going to have a big old completed pages tour at the end of the month if we keep going like we're going. I love an Amy evening stream. I'm glad. I'm really, really hopeful that this will be a time I can keep consistent. Because I do, like... There is something in keeping consistent with streaming and having that set time. So there is something to it. Which is why, like, for so many years I was Tuesday, Friday, Sunday... 10 a.m. and I moved it back to 9 a.m. But, you know, mornings, those times, and it worked. When I was consistent, we were great. Problem is, your girl ain't consistent. Catherine, hello, hello, welcome in. Oh no, you're bleeding onto the monster's head, it's fine. My nose is already so itchy. The lawn's got mown today, so it's also pollen central around here. And I've had to go outside and deal with things a few times. I don't know what it is at the moment, but it's been a bird day. So where I live, I'm surrounded by quite a bit of like natural bush. And I actually overlook like a valley and a river, and I'm surrounded by trees. It's beautiful. But it comes with things like allergies. Lots and lots of allergies. And it comes with birds, because there's a lot of bird trees around us that they like to nest in and cause problems in. So it's baby bird season. So the trees are full, which is really cute because I see a bunch of them outside my windows and they're hopping on all the branches. But there's a bunch of little fledglings that are learning to fly. And, you know, they learn to fly by being kicked out of the nest by parent birds. And then if they don't fly, they have to survive a couple days on the ground till they work out how to fly. We keep Shadow pretty well fed to keep him away from the birds. And he's not like... He doesn't actively go hunting for birds because he's full and he's lazy. So, but he is a cat. And so this morning he did bring us a gift. And unfortunately the gift came to us, freaked out, but did not survive. Poor little thing. And then there was another one because they're on the ground. So that one survived, but it was like, Shadow. So Shadow got a bunch of treats and then went to sleep with a very full belly in my bedroom. And then a bird decided to go into the house. and get trapped in the house as well. So it was just like bird day today. Going at full lurk mode, cooking and colouring the Incredibles double page. Oh, good, perfection. You do what you need to do. We always love a lurk around here. If you've just seen as well, I've decided to throw some pink into the sky, because why not? I'm also thinking I might add in some yellow. Just kind of having fun with it. Cats don't hunt because they're hungry. Yeah, no, that's just their natural instinct. And most of the time, Shadow's too lazy to hunt. Like, he'll literally go and sit in the middle of the grass when we've thrown out, you know, some leftovers that we're feeding the birds with. Because we also do feed the birds around here. So they know that it's safe to eat around here. So we'll throw stuff on the back lawn for them to eat. And then they'll come down, they'll swoop. And Shadow will just plonk himself in the middle of the lawn and the birds will just pick around him. Because they're like, yeah, he's cool. He just legit doesn't go for the birds. But yeah, I guess this morning his instincts kicked in. Which, he, you know, he's a cat. He's got natural instincts. It's understandable. Art tags. Perfect. I'll have a look at that in a moment. Yeah, I've been keeping myself busy between the complete collection tour, which, oh my god, I'm glad that's up. So there'll be part 3 coming out tomorrow at midday. And then, yeah, so tomorrow, and then 2 days after that, then 2 days after that, because there's 5 parts. I believe part 3 is Amazon printed books and A4 books. I think we've got Teresa Goodridge, I think hardcovers, like Hannah Carlson, Maria Trail, and then, yeah, Amazon, so RJ Hampson, Camelia Andrzejkova, Christine Karen. I think that's some of the ones that are coming out tomorrow. It's another, like, Frina, almost 4-hour long video, so, yeah. Oh, that's fine, YouTube. Why are you hiding that? Apologies, how'd you message Rosalind? Because for some reason YouTube does it. I did have to update some mod settings on YouTube, so sometimes it likes to hold messages now. And I'm like, I can understand it's how to message before because it contained a swear word. Like, it was like, yeah, okay, I get it, but it's also fine. But, yeah, why it needs to hold that, I don't know. Yeah. Are you using the Neo Color just to base, or will it only be Neo Color? So I'm using the Neo Color in the sky and for the grass, for like these big areas. And I'll probably just leave it like a watery and blendy, and just leave it like that, to be honest. And then I've got water-based markers pulled out for these guys, but I've also got like some pencils and some gel pens and some fine liners. I'm just going to kind of play and see how we go. Ooh, you can see it coming together because you've got those lines in there, Perfection. So Perfection's doing one of the Colorage Mystery, pardon me, sorry, hiccups. Yeah, the Thingamabobs, but it's cool. I love little Jack Jack. Little Jack Jack, so cute. So big. Massive double, but it's going to look amazing once it's done. Oh, yeah. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. I understand small. I mean, I'd rather it do it and we just put it through, like, safety first, you know? Yeah, no, that's looking great. Perfection. Speaking of RJ, do you know if any of the streams are planning to colour the page? I can tell you right now, I am planning to colour his page for the event. Yeah, I think there are a couple of channels. I have something very special planned for it because I'm going first. Yeah. Yeah. If you don't know what Artsy Endo is referring to, on the 1st of February at 1 PM New Zealand time, or midnight GMT, there is going to be the start of a 24-hour live stream event hosted over on YouTube, although I will be going live on Twitch, but everyone else will be only live on YouTube. But I'll be live on both. As we raise money for the World Cancer Research Fund. And I am the opening stream for this Tubiathon. So, you know, it's only an 80-minute long stream. I'm hoping you can all come and join me, but I promise we're going to get chaotic and crazy. And if you know anything about the channel, you're going to enjoy it. So I suggest you be here because it's going to be wild and fun. And I would really appreciate if you can. If you can't, I understand. But if you can, I'd love for you all to be here. Because, yeah. So you'll be live for 24 hours. Not me personally, Chai. There is 16 colorists from all around the world. We're each going live for 80 minutes with a 10-minute break in between each streamer. So I'm going live from 1 till 2:20, and then there's like a 10-minute break to allow people to go to the bathroom and stuff, and then the next person will be Annika at Access Fumbles, and that'll be the next one. And there's like a document, but we'll also, each streamer will be linking the next streamer and stuff like that. It's kind of like a raid train on YouTube, on Twitch, except we can't raid into people because, I mean, there is a way to raid on YouTube, but it's very complicated and stuff like that. But yeah, basically we're going to bounce around 16 different channels over 24 hours. Each colouring different things while we raise money for the World Research Cancer Fund. World Cancer Research Fund. I get the letters mixed up. But yeah, I am the opening slot, so I'm a little nervous because I'm kind of, you know, setting the stage, if you will. Like, I'm not really nervous, but I'm also like, yeah. Yeah, no, I think there's a couple of people that are going to be doing the page on stream, and then there's some others that are going to try and do other things. I'm doing it because again, I'm opening, so I also want to promote the fact that you can go buy the page. So for those that aren't aware as well, which I need to make this a link as well, RJ Hampson, the beautiful illustrator who I did speak to, by the way, he did come back to me when I messaged him my little message, but this is it here. So this here is for the Tubiathon page. Copy. Paste. Send. Sorry, I'm going to turn that off for 2 seconds just so we don't get secrets. So this is RJ's website. The beautiful illustrator who's come on board to help raise money with it, funds with us. So basically you can buy this page for $1 US. You can pay more, but everything raised is also going to the World Cancer Research Fund. So this is the page that we'll be colouring on stream. It is so cute. Oh wait, got one of these websites that rearranges things. Okay, well that brings us in a little bit. But look, there's a little bunny and there's a little kitty in the case, which I love the little kitty in the case. But yeah, this is the gorgeous page that is what we are referring to here. So that is what I will be colouring in stream, but I won't be colouring it traditionally. It's all I'm going to say. I have plans. So yeah, I'm a little nervous because I'm opening the stream and opening 24 hours. I do have some like information that I have to like get out and stuff. I'm rewriting myself a little cheat street, but I've also been involved in charity stream before, and like I'm coming into this with a little bit of experience, so I'm not like nervous. Honestly, the thing I'm most nervous about is it's a very short stream for me. So I'll just be getting into the groove, and then it'll be like, oh, it's time up. So I'm gonna have to set myself like a bunch of alarms so I actually do like remember, oh, I've got to finish stream now, because otherwise I'll just go on the zone. What day is the first? It's a Sunday. Yep, I can do a quick RJ Hampson. I'll need to update that obviously before stream properly. But yeah, we'll just do that as a command for his website for now. J Hampton. There you go. There you go. That should make it easier to link. Yeah, I'm excited. I think it's going to be amazing, and to see, like, there's some really big names that are streaming too. There's also some like newbies as well, and there's already people asking to be part of the stream team next year, and it's like, damn. So I have the feeling next year it might even be even bigger. Itchy, itchy, itchy nose. I'll try to be here because Sunday has become my social media break day. That's all good. I fully understand if you can't. I'm hoping people can, but I also understand if you can't. The VODs will be available. I know a lot of people are going to have, like, the VODs are going to stay up as well. So, yeah. Yeah. No, it's honestly going to be the hardest part for me is how short the streams are going to be, because again, I am just used to streaming for 6, 8. God, how many hours did I do last week? Because I did 2 streams. I did like an 8 and a 4-hour stream. But then there's also, you know, people who don't stream that long, so an hour, 80 minutes might seem like a long stream. So yeah, and it is about trying to get a bunch of people in and stuff like that. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Interesting to see how it works, and because it's the first time something like this has come along, and yeah, it's a lot to organise though. Like, Joe's done a fabulous job. Yeah, we'll get the actual commands later. You'll get like half a month set up. Yeah, I've started kind of making a list of all the things I need to set up before then and stuff like that, and then I will get that list to the mods, confirm who's available, because ideally we can have one of y'all on Twitch and one of y'all on YouTube, so that, you know, like, you're not having to bounce across both platforms and stuff like that. And yeah, I've got a few places that I'm also going to ask to sort of share the word and stuff like that, be like, yo, I did forget to take the Monday off at work today, so I might have to do that Monday. It'll be fine. And a quick question, how long do you recommend staying at my current lab tech role before looking for something more permanent? There'll be more training, some biohazard materials, and sample receiving routine as well, but samples are basically fewer, almost down to zero some days. Well, I would say you need to, it depends on, like, depends on the role. If the company, yeah, it depends on a lot of factors. It's hard to say. That being said, in order to get the qualification to become the qualified lab tech, like, you need the 2 years experience. But then you're also coming into this as a scientist, and I think yours is a little different than, like, bog standard me going in for a QMLT. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard because there are seasons depending on what you're testing too, and I know you're not testing the same stuff as me. So yeah, I don't know. I haven't left mine. I mean, I did leave mine when we changed company. Because I was studying, so I went and found a job in my field, but then that didn't work out, so I went back to the company. So, you know, I'm not the best to ask about all that, because I'm still with my company. So yeah, I really don't know, Try. It's a personal choice. Kate, hello. Oh my goodness. Also, Perfection, enjoy your look. I forgot that YouTube puts a little /me in front of it because it's set up for Twitch, and I need to remove that, but that's okay. Hello, Kate. I hope you're doing well after your beautiful day of streaming. I'm here, but in the background's getting some sort of a school. That's all good. You do what you need to do. We always appreciate the lurkers. We're just playing around, having fun, enjoying a chill Friday night. I think I'll print the page in cardstock and watercolor paper so I can decide in the spot if I want to go alcohol markers or water media. I want to try and do it in the 90 minutes. Would be a first for me. Yeah. You can do it. I've done a Kirby in 2 hours before. That was my first ever live way back in the day. So I have been streaming on Twitch for 10 years. I've been a Twitch streamer for a long time. And before I started engaging in the colouring community or anything like that, I was streaming colouring on Twitch. So 2022, I was colouring on Twitch. And then in 2023, I decided to start reaching out to the colouring community and making some YouTube videos about colouring. I already had my channel, but I changed it to colouring and stuff like that. And then along the way, as I grew, I got invited to take part in a YouTube stream event. I was like, oh, okay, well, I mean, I normally stream on Twitch, but it can't be hard to switch over to stream on YouTube for the day. This is before I dual streamed. And so I took part in an event that was called like 2 weeks of Kirby, and it was, you know, we streamed colouring in Kirby. Yeah, so I coloured in with Morphia page and I did it in 2 hours. It was chaos, but it was fun. I was very go during the whole event. But hey, we did it. It's much easier now. I dual stream to both y'all. I'm doing good, my love. I'll be even better once I've made my coffee. Yeah, coffee. Coffee's good. I'll have my night coffee. Cheers. It's Friday night here. Yeah, I'm not doing too bad. Work is done for the week. I did not finish stuff I was meaning to do, but I also took quite a bit of this week off not feeling very well. Today's actually the first day that I felt a bit better. I've unfortunately had a bit of pain this week, so it happens, you know. But I actually took time off work this time. I normally just push through it, and last time I did that, I actually made a really big mistake at work, like a really critical mistake, and I was like, this isn't good. So this time when I was actually feeling really bad, I was like, no, we're not making the same mistake as last time, and I called in sick. So yeah, I think it's the only time my manager, who is technically away at the moment, but it's the only time I think my manager would actually be very proud of someone calling in sick, because I don't normally call in sick because I work from home, and you know, as a chronic illness girly, I'm like always sick. So it's a lot for me to call in sick because I work from home. It's like, it's fine, you know. But yeah, no, this time I was like, no, we're not making the same mistake. We're taking a break. Yeah. Is your tummy feeling better? Yeah, it's getting there. It's definitely getting there. I think I just had a bit of a flare up this week on a few things, because the tummy's been flaring, the back of my neck's been flaring, which means also my head's been pounding. Like, my eyes have felt like tight and swollen. Again, inflammatory disease, it's like everything feels swollen some days, and that's just part of it. So, but yeah, today we're feeling a lot better. So some days are better than others, but we're doing good. We're still here. We're still ticking along. I had actually a really nice dinner, and I actually ate it, and I enjoyed it. So, you know, I got a beer. It's Friday night. I don't have work for a couple of days. I get to play in a fun new colouring book. Lots of positives. It's mainly cottons and occasional animal products. It's more commercial based with minimum about needed powers. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so that's hard if they're actually like, you've got to do X amount per hour. yeah, I can't go into it too much, Chai, without actually kind of going a lot more into what I do, which kind of is against my contract to do publicly. So if you want to flick me a message, I'm happy to talk to you about it, but I need to kind of talk to you about it offline. Just because I start going into some more details about my role, and yeah, there is some stuff I could probably tell you, but again, it's stuff I can't really, without breaking my media, that part of my contract. So yeah, flick me a message, because you know how my brain works. I may not get to it tonight, but yeah, flick me a message and I will get to it tomorrow for certain. And we'll talk about lab tech stuff and stuff like that. Yes, welcome in, new friend. We have anonymous follows. Thank you so much for following. Welcome in. For our new friend, we are live on both Twitch and YouTube. So, and for anyone that's new here, that's maybe lurking in the background, that isn't aware, I stream on both Twitch and YouTube. So you may hear me talking to people and you're like, I don't see this chat at all. The chat above me on stream here combines both Twitch and YouTube, so you can say hi across the internet and across the platforms to the other side. I like people to be comfy and on the streaming platform that they're comfortable with, so you chill wherever. It doesn't hurt me to press an extra button and go live somewhere else. Yeah. Now I have a genuinely important question to ask y'all, and it's a very, very serious question, so I hope you're all buckling down and prepared to go into some really technical answers here and dig deep. Who here's played the new Animal Crossing download? I have it updating on my Switch. I thought I set it to update last night, and then I went to play it early and I was like, darn it, I forgot to update it. So it's now downloading right now. They dropped it early. I'm going back to the island. I have not played on my island for so long, and it's just reminded me how much I used to love my little island full of lots of pink little trees and bubble machines everywhere. It was so happy, and all my cute little villages. And I almost grabbed down my capture card and just hooked up Animal Crossing to play tonight. That's like, oh no, I actually do want to colour tonight too, but yeah. Only a few hours of work next week, so that's going to be a lot of streaming. Nice. Yeah, inflation really is tricky out the endo. It's just one of those things. You made the most of it on the good days, and on the bad days you just have to self-care a bit harder and I don't know, relax as best as you can. It is what it is. But I finally have another rheumatology appointment coming up, and it's with a different rheumatologist this time. I've got the visiting rheumatologist, so yeah, it'll be exciting. Is it both for Switch 1 or Switch 2? What's new with the update? Haven't played many games because of these Disney books. That's okay. Yeah, so the Switch, I believe it's both that have dropped, but I only have original Switch. I can't be 100% certain, but I believe it's both. It was meant to come out at the end of the month, but they dropped it early. They dropped it yesterday. And what it is it's a surprise Animal Crossing update, even though they announced that they would never updating Animal Crossing again. There's a new hotel, so you can have even more villagers come stay by the look of it. And it looks like they've kind of taken the Happy Home DLC concept idea, but, you know, it's a hotel. There's a ton of new furniture, and there's some really gorgeous stuff. They've also upgraded, so you can put like a lot more stuff in storage, lots of quality of life upgrades. And they did that while they were also porting it over to the Switch 2 and updating a few things for it in terms of controls and stuff like that. Yeah, but it's mostly like the fact that they said, oh no, we're done updating Animal Crossing, and then they're like, oh, surprise, we're doing a 3.0. Here you go. Out of nowhere. 12-hour Cyberpunk stream, let's go. Or Kiwi, that game is so cute. Oh my goodness, it sounds cute. Yeah, I haven't actually been playing any games. I've been recording content and then editing content and then colouring, so I haven't actually been playing many games this month. I did download Stardew Valley for my cell phone because, you know, I needed to put that on another platform apparently. But I've only played like 3 days, but it's nice to have there. But yeah, I haven't actually been playing a lot of games this month. I did think about getting Detroit Become Human because it's been on sale a bit recently, and I also started watching the Humans TV series. Detroit is one of the very few games that I have 100%ed. I love Detroit Becomes Human. And I was like, I don't technically need it on computer, but I also don't have it on PlayStation anymore because I lent the disc to somebody. So I'm like tempted to get that, and especially after watching the Humans television show, it's like, especially because there's certain points while watching that show, the music sounds like they've got Connor's soundtrack. So if, let me take this back. Detroit Become Human is a game about what if synthetic robots and AI developed sentience, basically. And it's really, really good. It's got really good themes. And then the TV show Humans kind of deals with the same concepts. But in the video game, you follow 3 characters, and they're each exploring different viewpoints, different elements of humanity, but through the guise of robots. So interesting as well. But they got 3 different musicians, like conductor, you know, music writers. I'm blanking on the name. But they got 3 different people in to do each character, so they each have a distinct sound. And one of the characters is called Connor. And while I was watching the Humans TV show, I was like, I swear the person who wrote Connor's music is the person doing the music for this TV show, because it's so similar to Connor's soundtrack. It was not. It was not. It was just like sitting there the whole time going, this is Connor's soundtrack. This is Connor's soundtrack. It's not. It's just a funny coincidence. I've been playing the new Hightail game that just came out. It's super fun. Ooh. Funny you mentioned Humans, but I played a trailer of that on Discord the other day when I was watching a movie with her and a few others. Yeah, she mentioned it as well. It's one of those things that I've been meaning to watch for years. And then I realized just before Vi mentioned to me, like, I think about a week ago, that I actually had access to it because I currently have a couple of months of Amazon Prime Video for free. And I was like, I can actually watch it at the moment. So it was on the list. I was just catching up on a podcast, and I finished the podcast and I was like, perfect. I have finished season 1. I am into season 2. No worries at all. Thank you for letting me know. I will absolutely lower the music. Let me know if it needs to go down any lower. Sometimes it does get a bit loud. It's just a random YouTube Pokemon mix. But it's not actually Pokemon, it's just inspired by Pokemon. And also I do have a tendency sometimes to also really go quiet. So I have to remember to also project my voice, which is on me. Blend, 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 but not really, because we're kind of just doing the dabby, dabby, dab. I'm also one of those people who goes very quiet and does not project, so you're not alone there. It's also very much a, I've noticed it with quite a few Kiwis. Not all Kiwis, because, you know, we're not all identical, but there is a real tendency with Kiwiisms to, we smush a lot of stuff together and we don't always enunciate clearly. Again, not every single Kiwi, because we don't all speak one way. There is a lot of regional differences, but it is something in particular I notice about myself, as I do follow those tendencies of the Kiwi accent to not enunciate clearly and not actually put emphasis within my voice, and just have a tendency to speak as though I'm just talking like this and merging everything together, and it's just one, yeah. So I have to remind myself to be like, no, slow down. Do, 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 do. I'm used to you going quiet. Very possible as well. Very possible. Yeah. No, that's all good, Artsiendo. It's really, like, I appreciate the feedback. I had my computer turned up loud because I was watching a video while I was working to keep me awake. So I also would have turned up my internal sound, and I realized as soon as you mentioned it that I never turned down my internal sound, which does not help at all either. So yeah, like, my sound will be whacked because it's, again, I'm just like picking it up and chucking it straight out there. So do let me know at any point if it's getting ridiculously loud again as well. One of these days I'll do like the proper sound mixing and all this sort of stuff. I just press some buttons and find something on YouTube and go, cool, you're my music now. Yeah. One thing I like, again, because this is tonight, is also very like throwing together and trying to figure this out on the fly, as much as, because it's a different time, there's going to be like me trying to figure out routines and stuff after work. And so when I was streaming in the morning, you know, I would start getting ready for stream at 8, and I would have time to balance sound and do this and do this. And I mean, I didn't always. Sometimes I woke up late and just press buttons. But yeah, tonight it was like, went to the supermarket, had dinner, came to sit down to set up for stream, and it was already 10 past 7. I was like, oh boy. So yeah, I didn't do any sound checks that I normally do. I just press buttons. Oh, thank you, Small. It is probably time to do a little bit of a stretch. I will just blend out this blob of purple that I've put down. Kind of like our pinky purple sky. She's fun. Oh. Oh. Definitely stretch time. Oh. Thank you, Small. Appreciate that. Oh, I hope you all are having a good stretch as well. Also, make sure you hydrate, because hydration is important too. We'll have more than just beer. The way you hit the sky right now, it looks like a face where the monster's feet are hanging down. Well, there is legit a monster's feet hanging down here. So, yeah. Yeah. If you imagine the claws are like eyelashes. Could be. Could be. No, this one, these are legit monsters' feet hanging here, which is quite fun. There's lots of little things in this that's like funny. Like this one is like, I don't know if it's like a block of ice or a jelly that's got a brain in it, but it's leaking. I like the fact that a lot of them are bringing gifts as well, and they're bringing the most random of gifts, like a little teddy bear, and then this one's bringing a alien or a monster in a jar, so I don't know if it's like a friend bringing a friend or the gift is a pet. This one's riding a little soccer ball, the little camera. Yeah. There's so many fun little details as you get through it as well. Oh, it's so humid here tonight. I am not looking forward to when it gets hot in the summer. February is the hottest month usually, and I am not looking forward to it. It's already been hot enough in January. I need to make myself go to bed, but I am taking you with me on the tablet. Oh, well, happy to go with you, but also very happy to hear you're going to bed, because you do need the sleepies, and hopefully we can put you in a nice calm place. You'll feel good and comfy and actually find some sleep, because sleep is important. So yeah, there's no real rhyme or reason to how I'm placing these colours on here. I literally just have colours on the brush and I'm just dabbing them in and using lots of water and just letting things swirl around. And how it falls is how it falls. So the water's doing most of the work here. Are you getting what we had last week? Yeah, probably. It's been very hot here. Yeah, good old summertime. Oh, my nose is so itchy. Yeah. Right, we might have to take a break for 2 seconds. I'm realizing I might need to step away for a second. I just want to finish this. Yeah, I hope it has cooled down there. It's pretty... sounded pretty awful. Okay. It still really needs some more blending, but I just need to pop away for 2 seconds and then we'll be right back. I should have done this before we went to stretch, but we're going to take a little break. A little bathroom break. So I'll put you on the be right back screen for 2 seconds and then we'll be right back. Right, sorry about that. Let's get back to it. I hope you're doing well. Hope you all took a little opportunity to have a little stretch yourself. Maybe go to the bathroom yourself or do what you needed to do. I feel like I am melting. I feel very hot and flustered right now, but we're good. We're good. Welcome back. Thank you, Perfection. So we finished the sky. And then, so we have what are either trees or mushrooms in the background there. And then the clouds. Yeah, and then the ground itself, which I think we can also do an odd colour. See, I would like colour the creatures first and then do the rest of it later, but like if I use the water-based markers and then use a water medium to go around it, it might not work all that well. So yeah, I think what we're going to do is we're going to just also use the Neocolor 2s just to base this ground, just because it's a big expanse and it makes sense to fill all that in. Teal aqua mushrooms, yeah, because I was thinking like a yellowy color for the ground, so teal aqua for the mushrooms would actually work really well. Like this it's just called yellow. A little bit of ochre for some shadows and stuff on the ground, but yeah, just working these two colors in, and then yeah, we can do teal for the mushrooms. I think that'll be quite cool. Back again with a cup of tea, strawberry and raspberry, and a blanket. No cookies, but Whittaker's creamy milk chocolate should come close enough. Good choice, Jai. Good choice. Alright, I think we'll have to go for a slightly bigger brush. We'll do the same again. We'll start by pre-wetting the ground and then we'll dabble in some yellow, but this yellow is like really yellow, so we'll use some of the ochre to also tone down the yellow a bit so it's not so like cartoonish yellow. Part of me is regretting not having the apple wine for reasons tonight, but no. No. We would have to put on the drinking tag then if I were doing that. Don't need it. Oof. So I am a new side quest of wanting to learn to custom dolls. I had managed to find someone in New Zealand selling Mr. Super Clear, which is like the varnish that you use to do face up on dolls. And I was super excited because I've never seen it for sale in New Zealand. There's a couple of places, but they're all out of stock. And a couple of places that have it, but they won't ship, which is what I was expecting because it's dangerous goods. But one place was like, oh no, we've got it back in stock. And I was like, awesome. Ordered it. Was half expecting the order to get cancelled. The order got cancelled. So now I'm back to trying to figure out an alternative or some way to do face ups that doesn't involve Mr. Super Clear, because yeah, that's just not coming to be apparently. But yeah, I need to figure something out. I do have to have a day of just sitting there and brushing out a doll's hair, because I brought another doll. But this one I had to, because the poor baby's been sitting at the op shop for weeks. And I was like, I can't just leave you there. So it's a Rapunzel doll. She was only $1. She's actually got a really beautiful face. It's just her hair is very dry and crispy. It's not even like matted. It needs a good brush, but it's just really dry and just needs like some treatment. And you know, a little bit of a really good brush out with some fabric softener, a little bit of a gentle straightener to re-straighten everything, and yeah, like, her hair will be great, and then she just needs some clothes, and I already have patterns for that. And I was like, you know what, for $1, I'll grab her, I'll clean her up, and then when she's all sorted out, I'll either donate her back or pass her on to somebody else. So yeah, I need to also do this at some stage. Just sitting there. But I had my nibblings around the other day, and so Nibbling was very entertained by all the dolls. Love the sky. Thank you so much, Rosalind. Just went to Cyberpunk to figure out what I was doing next and quit. I was going to do that. Fantastic. That's a big reason why, like, Elden Ring, I've never been able to, like, play too much of it because I always forget what I was up to and then I have to start again. It's like, I need to, like, play the entirety of a game, but I don't sit down and do that, so yeah. Oh, thank you, Perfection. I appreciate that. You are very right. I forgot. Do you want to paint faces? Yeah, it's the endo. I have done it once before. I do have a very old doll that I customized many years ago, but I was just using what materials I had, and the fixatives are like, the doll has yellowed and it has not aged well at all. It's not, and it was very difficult to work with at the time. So it's one of those things, like, I've got some very old Monster High dolls and a couple of ball jointed dolls in my cupboard that have been waiting until I felt confident to have the skills, but also I could access the materials to do face ups. And now I can, like, I feel like I got the skills, and I was thinking I might have the materials. I might be able to access the materials, but yeah, not likely. So I need to still find an alternative to the Mr. Super Clear. And that's proving challenging right now. But we'll figure something out. Yeah, I have an old Twyla that I did ages ago. I think she's on my shelf behind me. I might be able to pull her. You wanna see? It's like, ugh. Do it without hitting the camera. So yeah, the varnish unfortunately went sticky, so she's covered in dust because she's a dust magnet. Because all the dust got attracted to her sticky face. It's still a little tacky. You can see part of the eyelashes are, like, sticking to her face potentially too. But yeah, I was really proud of her when I did her. And then she's also yellowed. So yeah. And then, yeah. But I was very proud of her. I also crocheted her top. When I did her, very proud, but again, she went super sticky very quickly, so yeah, I do want to strip her right back and redo her. Probably with proper sealants that don't go sticky and don't yellow. And in the meantime, I can also just keep making clothes because I'm having a lot of fun making clothes. I haven't made too many. I did have the nibbling around, which is why they were looking at all the dolls and why all the dolls and all the stuff is everywhere at the moment. But they asked about making some clothes, so we actually sewed a dress together for their baby doll, and then they want to make some little baby clothes for some mini baby stuff, and yeah, so I've been doing a little bit of teaching them to sew as well. It's kind of like colouring but on a 3D surface, because The molding, this isn't really the best style to show you on. That's me not putting stuff away properly. Oh, wait, no. Okay, well, we'll just borrow your face. So it's like, you've got the face, right? And in a way, the lines are there because you've got the 3D sculpt of the face. So it's figuring out how to deepen shadows where you want to deepen shadows, or highlight things you want to highlight. So it's like coloring but on a 3D surface in a way. So yeah, I'm feeling a lot more confident in doing it now. Like, I know my skills have developed over the years with a lot of the mediums that when I first did this I wasn't very confident in, but now I'm a lot more confident in. But the problem is I still don't have an alternative to the sealer, and I still only have these sealers, and these sealers very clearly don't work, and I have not found an alternative that I can also access in New Zealand, because a couple of people have suggested different things online, but every time there's something that has been suggested, I cannot find it in New Zealand. And just because it works for somebody overseas, it may not necessarily work for me here because of sea levels and different humidities and different things like that. And I do have a friend who I trust immensely who has mentioned about using words. Airbrush. That's the words. My brain did not work then. Yeah. So I've got a friend who's mentioned using an airbrush, and I've got one that they're trialing. And so that could be an option, because apparently, again, this is pencil butter. I've talked about her many times on the channel. There's a little sandfly jumping around here. Yeah, they've mentioned they're trialing an airbrush, and I've mentioned using Liquitex matte, and I have Liquitex matte, and that in an airbrush works well. So that will be the next thing, is trying to figure out if I want to maybe invest in an airbrush, which is a lot. But then also that could also apply to colouring, because having a small little airbrush that you could use to apply effects. The other big thing as well is that the Liquitex matte, Liquitex I quite trust as a topper. Every time I've had to use Liquitex stuff on a page, it's held well. It hasn't like yellowed, it hasn't changed colour of products and stuff like that. So I really like Liquitex branded stuff because I've had a lot of really good interactions with Liquitex stuff. I'm coming to the end of Mythomorphia, and if y'all have seen my Mythomorphia, if you haven't, well, I can link a video. But that book is falling apart. That book needs to be rebound, and before it can be rebound, every one of those pages needs to be sealed in some way so that when they're touching, they're not going to transfer on each other. So I need to investigate a sealer for that book so I can also get it rebound, and because I want to get it glue bound so that we're not trimming away any excess or sewing into the book. I also have the feeling I'm going to have to learn how to bind books because I don't think I can send this to anyone. But that's future Amy's problem. But this is also something I've been thinking about, is that I also need to find something to to seal down Mythomorphia. And so if the airbrush with some sealant works for dolls and puts a fine mist over the dolls, it might work for sealing those pages without putting too much on a page, because I'm hesitant about using like an aerosol spray and that possibly interacting with different elements on the page. Whereas if I've got the spray gun and I can do small amounts, I could like test a little bit on Prismacolor, test a little bit on Inktense and Pablos and Polys and Stickles, and then if I know it's like I've got Prismacolor on a page but I've got one section of Stickles, for example, and I know the certain medium interacts with that, I can like work around it. You've unlocked another old dormant Vi skill? Yes. I am also aware that Vi is also someone who has customized dolls and has doll experience as well. Because we were talking about, because you did mention a couple of sprays that I could potentially use. I can't remember the names you mentioned. I'd looked up a couple and I couldn't seem to find any. So, yeah, but that could be. Used to do bindings in an old coffee shop. Okay, so I know who to talk to as well. I have another contact that also is learning how to do bookbinding. So I was also going to be messaging them when it came to that time and be like, so, how are you going with your bookbinding? But they're doing sew-in binding. And again, I think I need glue binding because, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Like, I'm aware we're going to lose a little bit. I don't want to get, like, hole punched or anything. I'm not hole punching my Mythomorphia. But, yeah. Again, this is all future Amy stuff. I still have 12 spreads to go, but I am aware that there is a possibility this year that we may finish Mythomorphia, because, again, 12 spreads to go. They use matte varnish. See, I did use a matte varnish on her, but that went. But it could also just be the matte varnish I was using, because again, I don't like the spray matte varnish that I currently have. So, which is why I also don't spray any of my colouring books. Might be a line and clamp your pages together and hot glue the book back together. Yeah, well, I've got I've got the clamps and I can get the woods and stuff like that. Like, we've got wood downstairs. I can make the clamp. I can clamp the book back together. And then from what little research I've quickly done online, like, I can make a new cover essentially, because the covers are loose. And so I can take the official front cover and like create a new faux cover for Mythomorphia. I would actually end up giving it a hard cover, which I don't mind. And then creating a new spine for it as well. And then can glue it. Yeah. Yeah, and you can use the hot glue. Yeah, so because that was something I was looking at too, I was looking at the acid-free hot glues, and then of course there is good old Mod Podge, which I have tons of Mod Podge matte. So, yeah, again, there's a lot of options, but this is all. I gotta finish the book first. Like, I'm not binding it until the book's finished. And then once it's finished, I've still got to figure out the sealer situation, because of course I want to protect it. And then we can figure out the binding situation. So yeah, it's like when Mythomorphia is finished, it's not actually finished because there's the other stuff to do as well. I love how you make everything sound so easy, like as if all of us have your amazing talent. Aww. I think everybody does. Like, 90% of what I do is just practice. And the other 10% is just pure luck. I was talking, Ashley and Kate's stream earlier. We were talking about different approaches to pages and stuff like that. And how, like, Kate's Colouring Heaven. I always get this wrong, and I do apologize. Give me 2 seconds. Haven. Because Colouring Heaven is a magazine, and Colouring Haven is Kate. But then there's also Colouring Haven, which is a there. Anyway. Kate does beautiful pages. We did a buddy colour in Erie recently. Oh my god. Beautiful pages. But we were talking about in the stream, because Kate mentioned about how I just throw stuff at pages, and how I just like, I was explaining it's basically because I lack impulse control and I get ideas and I'm just like, cool, batter up, let's do this idea. So I look at the page and go, oh yep, I don't like anything on it, let's just stick a bunch of stickers on it and call it done. Cool, done. I will literally just look at a page and go, purple and yellow, and then it's batter up. And it's just, Yeah, it's different. I think it's different ethoses in terms of what you're colouring for, which doesn't mean that one way is right. Let me make that clear. There is no right or wrong way to colour. So if you colour and it's about creating the most beautiful, spectacular, perfect pages at the end, that's so valid. And oh my god, like the amount of times that I watch people's completed pages, again, like Kate's pages are stunning, and I watch the completed pages and I'm like, holy moly. And then I'm just like slapping it all together. But also that doesn't mean slapping it all together is wrong either, because for me it's not always about how the page turns out, it's about getting there in the end. And sometimes literally for me colouring is, I just want to slap some colour on a page and it's just scribble, 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 done. So yeah, and that's like, is it about the outcome or is it about the process, which is two different ways to approach colouring. Again, neither of them is the right way or the wrong way. The right way is what works for you and what makes you happy. And there are pages where it is actually about the outcome for me. Like, for example, what I am currently doing in my Lydia Fenwick books. It's definitely about the outcome in those, because I love, love, love. It is about the process because I'm using ink tints and enjoying the ink tints, but I'm also loving how the outcome is happening too. Yeah. But yeah, it's just interesting, like different approaches. But I can understand that fear of wanting the page to be perfect, because I have been there before. But I'm also like, it's weird. I'm a perfectionist, but I also am not a perfectionist with my colouring. But I think it's because I accept that colouring isn't about being perfect. But yeah, with other stuff, I'm very much a perfectionist. So yeah, just interesting stuff that I've been reflecting on all day of, yeah, it's interesting about this. It's also got me thinking it'd be really cool to, like, once I can figure out my schedule and have regular stream times, it'll be cool to actually bring some of you along. Like, you don't even have to be a streamer, you just have to have a way to have a camera pointed at what you're working on. It doesn't have to be your face, just like a way to capture your voice, a way to point your camera at what you're working on. But have you all on and we can actually like discuss these things, because of psychology and my Bachelor of Applied Science in psychology. I'm really fascinated in the why of why people do things. Like, it's not just the how are you doing this process, it's the why of this process, which is why it's interesting for me to also reflect on the why do I colour the way I colour. Yeah, take risks, get messy, make mistakes. Exactly. I mean, if I make a mistake, I just place the book. But I've only thrown away one book before, and that was because of the paper, and I gave that paper a good chance. Do you think you can make the clouds green and make them still look like clouds, or would they end up like floating moss balls? I think if I did the more I was gonna say the more comical green, but then the cooler green, but then we're also using aqua for the mushrooms, so I suppose if I used the yellow green, like the real limey green, but faded it out, so it was this but a light green, it might work. Might work. We have a little spot of purple here to work in. Be right back, dinner is ready. Oh good. Your beauty of horror books have fallen apart. Oh noes. Checking. I need to also I'll do that later. Add that to the pile of stuff to do later. Ooh, a way that I can make the clouds green without getting too comical green is I could pull out glitter. I could pull out a green glitter and just do it in glitter. We all know I'm biased to glitter. Green glitter clouds. Okay. I will pull out my glitters and we'll rate them, because I'm sure I've got like some tealy green glitters, and I know I've got a Christmas green glitter that has a little bit of red in it. We'll pull out the glitters and we'll go a glitter shopping. How are we doing with the... Not too bad. I think it will be better when the sun's fully down. But yeah, I think this is working. Like, it's not, again, the greatest light because we're still getting some intense shadows and I do need to bring in a secondary light. But it's working for now until I can finish my desk migration, which will happen eventually. I've had a lot to do. I agree it is about experience, but not just... Yeah, some people struggle with experimenting, not being afraid to try and play, jump head first, and I think you managed to do it quite well. There is also... You're right, there is experience that comes with it. Like, you learn along the way of experimenting with wet media and going, oh, okay, this paper can't take any more coats right now. I need to stop and come back to this. Or... There is sort of a critical eye that I think you learn to develop of this is getting to be too much, or it's all to do with your artistic vision though, and also your artistic perception, which again is just things developed and learnt along the way, because we all have unique perspectives on how we see a page, what we consider a page done. Yeah, it's fascinating to just witness the differences between us. But yeah, I don't have to like go from only colouring with one set medium all the time and only doing it this way to, you know, going from only working with one set of pencils forever and ever to now suddenly working with inks and glitters and collage. But, you know, sometimes it can be fun to throw a little something onto the page. But also, if you're just happy working with your set of pencils, do it as well, because again, you colour for yourself. There's no right or wrong colouring. One of the big things I'm trying to remind myself this year is that colouring is not performative. I don't have to complete a page because I've started it in a month and I need it complete for completed pages. I don't have to, you know, have done 30 or 40 pages just to have a reasonable size completed pages. If I have 2 pages for the month for completed pages, I have 2 pages for completed pages. You know, it's something that I myself still struggle with at times, because it's like, and I say this knowing that this month I've already done a lot. So like, again, numbers wise, it looks like a lot, but it's also getting in the zone. Like, I started colouring these 2 books that I've done 8 pages in each this month. They're easy books. They're just simple alcohol marker. But that was the zone I was in. And I just was like, turn the page, next one, turn the page, next one, turn the page, next one. Enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. And then I've got, you know, again, the Lydia Fenwick page. Freaking loving it. So much so that I started a 2nd page in it because I enjoyed it. But I've been taking my time with it. And it's teaching myself that I don't have to rush through and complete that page just so it's complete for completed pages, because I don't want to rush it. I'm enjoying it. So if it takes me the rest of the month and I don't touch it anymore, it's fine. It's fine. We'll get back to it when we get back to it. And yeah. I just realized that I'm really good at setting goals for people, like, not for what I need, not to put any pressure. I don't want anyone to be like, oh, Amy's blaming us. No. This is entirely on me. Because I've never felt any pressure from the YouTube community or the colouring community or anything like that. Everyone, like, God, how many times have I stepped away because I'm in the middle of a mental breakdown? How many times have I had panic attacks live on stream? Because that's my mental health. The colouring community has been nothing but positive. I am the type of person that puts a lot of pressure on myself to be a certain type of person. And I am, by nature, someone who likes to be an overachiever. So, yeah, like, it's very hard for me to rein it back. And I say it all the time to everyone, like, you know, don't measure yourself up against how many I do, because it's not about that. But then I'll still look at my numbers and go, oh, I only did 20 this month. And it's like, I did 20 this month. Yeah. Amy's going to start up a colorist podcast. I have legit thought about it. I have legit thought about getting into the psychology of coloring and discussing it, because there is actually a lot of wow. I haven't even had half of this beer. I want to clarify that. This is my usual stumble. This is not me on a beer struggling to talk. This is my usual I struggle to talk. There is a lot of correlation with colouring and mental health, and it's quite fascinating. But yeah, it also brings up, yeah, again, I don't need another project. The goal this year is just to chill. Oh, itchy. I swear to God, it's like, I might need to turn my fan on. It actually feels really sticky hot in here. It feels the kind of humidity we get before a storm. We had so many thunderstorms last night. Poor Shadow was so freaked out. At one stage he came into here and cuddled up with me, and then but he wouldn't settle on me, and then he got onto the desk and he was just spinning around on the desk, and I was like, you know, it's okay. And then he just looks at me, and then he just like pushes past me and jumps off the desk and bolts, and I'm like, oh my God, okay. And then the next minute there is the biggest crack of thunder that I've ever heard in my life. Like, the glass was wobbling. It was directly above us. It's like, damn, the cat knew. So yeah, he went running and hiding. Poor little scaredy cat. But he's all good now. I'm always curious about other colorists' journey. What made them start? Like, they keep going, what colouring does for them. Everything. Curious person. No, it's valid. I think there is a natural curiosity that we have when it comes to our hobby, and like why others would deep dive into our hobby as well. Yeah. I mean, I'm very open book about all of it, so I'll gladly talk about my own journey. I'll gladly talk if you haven't clicked, because I'm quite talkative. Which is ironic, because if you meet me in real life, I'm actually very shy and very quiet. It's because I'm in my own comfy little bubble here. And when I'm in my own comfy little bubble, so long as I feel safe, we're good. So, yeah. But yeah, outside world, scary place. Yeah. But yeah, my colouring journey, if you're curious. So, I do remember when colouring became a big rage in 2015. But at the time, I was doing my own art. I did buy Joanna Basford's Secret Garden. I didn't really vibe with it, and I got rid of it. I had a couple of other colouring books back then. I regret getting rid of those ones now, because my God, are they hard to find. But yeah, I do remember getting Joanna Basford's Secret Garden. I think I had Enchanted. I think I had the Enchanted one as well. Yeah, I think I had a couple of other generic Zen Doodly type ones that came out at the time. And they got unhauled because I was just like, I don't really vibe with this. And then I was doing my own art for many, many years. I did a couple of years working full-time as an artist, and I used to go around to markets and sell prints of my own original art. I had my little YouTube channel. It's actually how I met Smalt back in the day, because I had my YouTube channel, and then I became friends with Smalt and PB through that. So I'm forever grateful for that, because if I hadn't have done that, I never would have met Smalt and PB, and we've been friends for donkey's years, literally a decade now. And yeah, just doing my own art, and then I reached a point where financially I couldn't keep working full-time as an artist, so I started looking to go back to work, and I basically, for a work placement program, I got put into medical laboratory, and actually really enjoyed my work. It's like, okay, I'm actually doing pretty good here. And it helped me rebuild a lot of confidence, because I didn't have a lot of confidence regarding education and doing smart things and stuff like that. Smart things, you know. So yeah, it's been a couple years, and I started doing more and more work, which meant less and less creative stuff. I was doing a little bit of drawing on the side. I was running D&D and writing TTRPG campaigns, and playing a lot of Sims and telling stories in Sims. So there's always little creative projects that I would do, but I wasn't making content related to art or anything like that. I was just creating for me, and crocheting and crafting and just all sorts of stuff. And then yeah, I was doing really well mentally for the first time in a long time, working full time, and I decided to go back to school. That's why I decided to go back and get my Bachelor in Applied Science and Psychology, because it was like, you know, being creative had really helped me through my own mental health journey. So I was like, I want to kind of take my creative skills, learn to become maybe like an art therapist, and apply those skills to help others. So yeah, and then COVID hit. And I was studying full-time, working full-time in a medical laboratory during a global pandemic. Yep. And that is what sent my body into the big flare-up. And yeah, that sent my body haywire, which resulted in the biggest inflammatory flare-up of my life. But that is what helped me eventually get the diagnosis and figure out what the frick was going on with my body. But unfortunately, during this time, I also fell and caused some permanent damage to my body. But we carried on. I'm not going to go into it too much because it's too much negativity, and honestly, we're doing good. Like, in the grand scheme of things, we're doing good. I could sit back and reflect on, you know, this could have happened, this could have happened, this could have happened, and then this wouldn't happen, but at the end of the day, there's no point reflecting on that. So, reflect on the positives. Which the big thing was, because I fell, I was looking for ways to be creative and rebuild up hand strength, and that's what got me looking back into colouring. And so I brought a couple of colouring books and I was dabbling around with it, and then I found Kirby Roseanne's, and I was like, oh, okay, because at this stage I only thought colouring was Joanna Basford. So yeah, I found Kirby Roseanne's, and I was like, damn, this is cool stuff, which is why Kirby's so important to me, because he was the first illustrator that I found, and it was Mythomorphia that I found, and it just got me. And then the second thing that I found is I went to a magazine store and I found Colouring Heaven, and it was Sarah Richter, Creatures of the Night issue, which had a lot of portraiture, which is what I drew. That was my art, was I used to do, I used to call it illustrative realism, where I drew realistic people, but in like fantasy illustrative ways, using coloured pencils. And so her work was just like what I love to draw. And I was like, oh, colouring is so much more than just Joanna Basford. And it just sent me into this rabbit hole. And so I started colouring to regain hand strength, and it just never really stopped. Kirby, yeah. So yeah, Kirby holds a very special place in my heart for that reason. Because if I hadn't have found Mythomorphia, I don't think I would have really deep dived colouring like I did. Yeah. Same. Yeah. Frickin' love Kirby. I also just realised that I need to... Okay. Typos. Alright, so sorry. I just had a very important thought that I had to send somebody. Yeah, it's a good time to do a good little check-in. Have you moved? Have you stretched? Have you hydrated with more than just beer, Amy? Does the washing need to be checked? Do you need to remember to love yourself? We could all do with some love. Alright, I've had more than just beer. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm just going to get this hair down. It's starting to get too tight on my head. Oh, you know when like you've had your hair in a ponytail or something, can you take it down and it's like the actual shafts of hair hurt? So wild. Oh, okay. Alright, we are going to do a little stretch in my part. Okay, I'm going to stand up and get the glitter. I'm going to go into the darkness. Well, we're not quite there yet, but it's so dark in this room. It's great. It does work though. It stops all the backlights, so hey. Right, glitters. You're just going to have to chill down here and hope you don't hit the camera. Move the dolls over. You can fit down there. We're just pulling out more and more supplies for this page. Yeah, I survived 2 years doing art full time, and I still bump into people that are like, oh, I've still got, you know, prints of your art and stuff like that. The big thing I struggled with was these days you really need to do social media, and I just wasn't interested in the social media aspect of it. I still aren't, like, you know, again, I take a lot of breaks from YouTube, and as soon as you start monetizing your hobby, it becomes work, and it's no longer, you know, you're not creating for yourself, you're creating for your paycheck. And I mean, I did survive full-time doing it for two years. I wasn't thriving. I was living paycheck to paycheck, and I had some very cheap rent that made it very doable. And I also had a little bit of government subsidy, which also helped make it very doable. So they were also giving me a little bit of help every once in a while. But yeah, I survived 2 years doing it full time, which is pretty awesome. And at the time, I wasn't in a good place with my mental health journey to be able to work. So it was a way for me to work without having to work. So yeah, I'm still glad I tried it. It was like, basically I realized that if I didn't try it then I was never going to get the opportunity to try it, so I did try. But yeah, once it had been a couple years, I was just reaching a point of like, you know, I wanted to move into my own space and be independent. I wanted to, I was doing a lot better mentally. I wanted to have more than just scraping by paycheck to paycheck. I wanted to be able to actually like go on a trip somewhere, or, you know, actually have some spending money and stuff like that. But I also just, I was creatively burnt out by the end as well. So yeah, so it was a good time to go back. And that's why I am very aware, for me it's very easy for me to get lost in this is what it should be aspect of coloring in the online space. Like, I should be doing these videos, and I should be doing this, and I should be putting out this content, and I should be taking photos, and I should be streaming 3 times a week. It's like, I'm not doing this as my career. I've done that before. I'm not doing this as a career. I'm doing this as pure hobby. And the YouTube aspect of it, the live streaming aspect of it, it's a side hobby of my hobby. If I don't want to do it, I don't have to do it. I don't have any financial income tied to it. It's like, I don't keep myself monetized. I just do this for pure joy. And if I'm not in a space to do it, I'm not going to do it. And that's okay. Yeah. Yeah, we might need to change it to water-based mediums, because we haven't even got into the water-based markers yet. One of these days, I should set you up to just be able to go in and edit all my commands as you so desire. Edit. I am using water-based mediums such as Neo Color 2, Crayola, Super Tips, and Stickles Glitter Glue. We'll just put that in there. And that covers me also adding in other random things. That's not how you spell Super Tips at all, Amy. Alright, it's been updated. Glitter, glitter, glitter. I might go in later on and like deepen some of that ground, but I think that's enough coverage on the ground to like be happy, you know? Again, it's just a base layer. I want to get into the monsters, they're a lot more fun. But also, I need to do like that stuff first so it's out of the way, so we can go into the monsters and not worry, because I just realized I haven't done any of this, but we're going to go a bit more yellow intense here. When we go into water-based markers, we don't want to be playing around with water on the page. Luckily, it's so hot and humid, it's drying pretty darn quickly. Whew. I left my little fan in the room. I have like a little handheld fan. It has like a spritzer at the bottom too, so I can spritz myself with water and then turn a fan on. It's so good. I use them a lot when I'm exercising too, because it keeps you nice and cool. Okay. Green glitters. Alright, this is the side one, so I know I've got the... This is Enchanted Shimmer. It's going to need a very thin coat if we go that route, but that could be real pretty. And then go, I don't think I have any greens in this one. This is just got a yellow, but I don't think the yellow is quite right. We're looking more for green. And then green. Green, 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 greens, more greens, more greens. Kinda could be green. Clear green. Alright. Yeah, you're more yellows, yellows, blues. You're like a tealy reflect on a clear. technically clear, but you do reflect teal. So, just a few glitters. I like glitter, okay? So, that's more teals. Teals, that's more like your aqua blue. That's getting more into greens. Lime green. So this one is called confetti. It's technically actually silver with rainbow reflect, but it could also reflect a bit green. That one's more teal clear. That one's also teal clear. Ooh, the appley green glitter I think will be a fun pop against all the purple. Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking. This one's called lime green. I also have the Garden State one that I was looking at. This one is green with a little bit of blue in there. Let's bring you right in. Hopefully we can pick up a little bit of the reflect. Maybe. So that one's got a little bit of green and blue, but I think it's too cold. I think we want a warmer green. This one, holly, so it's green with red. It's meant to be Christmas, as you can guess by the fact it's called holly. But I don't think the red's quite right. Pine also has that warmer green reflect. Because also, like, I'm not applying it as a solid colour. It would be brushed out a bit. Yeah, I think salt water is just too cool, especially if we do the aqua bit in there. And I think Kaiman. Oh, Kaiman? This one's too blue. I also kind of like palm leaf though. And then these ones are just clear, but they have like a tealy reflect, so. Goodbye, sandfly. What about lime and shade it with Garden State? Ooh. This Garden State. That one. That could be cool. Alright, where's a scrap piece of paper? Where's anything around here? Stuff everywhere. Especially in the dark. I really should make like a stickle swatch chart. Then again, swatching. So hot. It's kind of cute. Kind of fun. Why not? We'll just go nuts and make the clouds be different green glitters. Just smush all the green glitters together. Just all of it together, all at once. Nah, I think just the lime on its own, to be honest. I think that's actually just too cool. Yeah, I mean, I can always come in and add a little bit more in a darker colour, but I genuinely think just the lime on its own is actually going to be quite pretty. But again, we can always come in and deepen later on if need be. Alright, waste not, want not. Let's pick that up. Because that's what, 10 cents of stickles? Can't waste. And yes, I know it technically has other colours built into it. It's fine. Also, there are plenty of monsters that could also be glittered. Exactly. And I have so many glitter markers and stickles and other glitters and shimmers and metallics. And we have the power. I like the idea of these glittery green clouds. And if we don't like it, we'll just paint over them. We'll put something else on them, or, you know, add more glitter, or we'll figure it out. That's kind of the fun of it. But better up. We had an idea. We plonked the idea down. I love the little, like, Angry Bird style monsters just sitting on the clouds. Dab, dab, dab the glitters, yeah. It is my style. It is most of my techniques, is dab, 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 dot, dot, dot. Sometimes there's smush, smush, smush. There's the spritz, 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 and the splash, splash, splash. You know, I have these really high technical skills. It's so pretty. I love stickles. I'm not even sure if I've got like all the stickle colours. I think I've got all the colours that are available locally or were available locally at the time when I was getting them. I should probably check to see if they've got any more, and I do have to order some more Mod Podge Sparkle because I'm just about out of that too. Do the stickles around the brush? I've been afraid to use a brush with it. Not that I've noticed, but this brush is like pretty hammered anyway. I mean, I will chuck them straight into water as soon as I'm done. So, yeah. The glue washes out pretty instantly, and I haven't noticed, but yeah. Mod Podge Sparkle, I do have specific brushes that I use for the Mod Podge because sometimes it starts gluing on the brush, so it can go a bit crunchy. So yeah, possibly is the same, but 90% of the time I'm dabbing it straight from the tube. And then if I do, I just grab one of my Mod Podge glitter brushes and just use that, so yeah. But admittedly, I'm not the best at taking care of my brushes, but my brushes are also pretty darn cheap. But they, you know, do the job. I don't have fancy quality brushes. And the occasional splort when the unexpected happens. Exactly. Exactly. craft blushes are the ideal brush for glues and adhesives, exactly. Yeah, now I've been like getting a little bit more into working only with water-based medium. It's like I have wondered if maybe I do need to invest in a couple of like really good brushes, but I'm also like good with the brushes I've got. But yeah, I've really been enjoying playing with especially ink tints. What I've realized is that like watercolor mediums and water-based mediums are fun to play with, but I really enjoy ink mediums. I enjoy ink tints. I enjoy my acrylic inks. And something about the ink and the way it sinks into the page, which is different than watercolor, it resonates better with me, and I find it easier to use. Don't you go into the glitter sample. I don't want to close the window because it's too hot, but I'm also might have to close the window if the bugs keep flying in. So yeah, now I've kind of been realizing that it's like, more inks and maybe some good brushes, but then I've also like been working perfectly fine with my craft, like my little cheapo brushes with the ink, so it's like just use what you got, it's working fine. So yeah, don't have to have the fanciest of art supplies. Gonna call it a night, but good night and happy painting. Thank you, Chai. It's lovely having you here. You take care, my dear. It is, yeah, 9:45. Explains why the bugs are coming in. Yeah, so I do need to figure out, obviously, maybe I just put that light on as a general light. I don't know. Again, I need to do some playing with the nighttime setup because I am set up for daytime recording, not nighttime, but, you know, could be worse. We've had worse night streams, although this bug situation is going to be a problem. I'm going to have to shut the window. Darn, it's too hot to shut the window. Wonder if you'd like the Bombay India inks? Maybe. I would love to get the iridescent inks from Dr. P.H. Martin because, oh, they look pretty. But that's also me and Shimmer. Like, we all know me and Shimmer. Alright. Let's try a couple of things here. Right, we turn you on. And we close that. That'll get the bugs out. And then hopefully, when you rotate, you lock in place. And then if I... Morning, bright light. Oh. Give us a little bit of surrounding light. Okay, it doesn't sound like the fan is being picked up by the microphone, which is the main thing, because it's kind of a noisy fan, but it's also brushing air into my face, which is lovely. Oh, summer. And then I think that overall light isn't causing too bad of a shadow. Okay, I think we're okay. And now I can actually see in my room again. Shimmer activates magpie brain. Exactly. Exactly. That's so pretty as well. Oh, hello, Shadow. You cannot come up on the desk right now. Not only is there no room for you, but glitter. Wet glitter. I know why you're here. You hear me talking, so you know what this means. No, not on the wet glitter. Not on the wet glitter. I know. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. No. Come here. Come here. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. No, no, no. Okay, we're okay. We didn't get glitter there. You can just go in there. The things I do for you, cat. Okay, go, because I need my hands free. The way he's trying to get onto it. The things I do for you. Cat time! Yeah. He doesn't really need them this late at night, but he also recognizes me talking is, you know, treat time. He is so sun-bleached. He looks ginger right now. He's actually doing alright. He hasn't got his favourite treats at the moment because I ran out of his favourite treats. So he's on some alternative ones, and he's okay about them. He doesn't like them as much as his other ones. He won't wolf them down. He will walk away from them if I put too many out, which is good because it means I'm using less of them. But yeah, he does seem to enjoy them. Alright, you had your little nighttime snacky. Oh, you're wet. You've been outside. You've been running around in the bush. Yeah, you're so wet. Yep, just mumble the cameras. It's fine. Human has lost their mind and talking to no one right now, so it must mean treat time. Exactly. Don't you pull my microphone out. You're not going over there. You know you're not allowed behind there. I know you like behind there because you think it's nice and cool, but no. Oh god, you smell. Ooh, you smell so bad. Alright, if you would settle so I could do work, this could be fine. I've told you before that if you'll settle on my shoulder, you can stay there. Nope. Must be center of stream. So if you haven't met this delight before, this is Shadow. He's a little troublemaker, but we do love him. He's like, why are you putting my head on camera? He is knocking over my ruler. He's also not happy with me because I'm not letting him on the desk. So you can see he's a black cat and he's got a little white spot on his neck, and then he's got a little white spot on his belly here. But most of the time that's kind of hidden, so we just do his neck one. He just drooled all over me. He thinks he owns the stream. So he might have to wait for his highness to be done on the desk here. As he wipes his butt at my face. Shadow is the stream manager. He does an A+ job. He does. The other day he recognised he was getting low on treats, and so he tried drooling down my top, and I almost went to clean it out without remembering I was on stream. And it's like, Shadow, we ain't that kind of stream. I know you're trying to earn treat money, but no, we don't do that. Hey. Yay. Are you doing this because you're like, it's time to go to bed, human? But it's not time to go to bed. No, it's not. You can go to bed without me. You don't need me to go to bed. You have so many beds out there. Are you mad because I got rid of your latest bed that you had discovered? My marker bin is now getting so low that he can fit in there very comfortably, even with all the markers. So that is his new bed is my old markers bin. And so I've taken that away, so he's like, where's my bed? You just drool on my dress. You did just drool on my dress. Right, I don't know what you want me to do because you can't stay here because I'm doing stuff that you'll undoubtedly get your tail into. So you either need to come and rest on my shoulder, rest behind me, or you've got to go down. Okay, you want on the shoulder then? Okay. See how long this lasts. He's such a baby. He's such a baby. Okay. Ooh. Yeah, you can just stretch right over there. That's fine. No, it's not. I would be working with the most awkward colouring book while trying to do this and only having one hand free. Okay. Okay, we got it down. I have cat hair in my mouth. Okay, can't lean too far forward. I am now very, very warm because I'm now essentially wearing a furry scarf. Right, you need a little bit more. And you can have your coat. I hope you're all doing well out there. I appreciate you all hanging and lurking. And for those of you that are heading to sleep, I hope you've found your sleep land. Dab, 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 dab. Dab, dab, dab. Okay, I don't know if it reads as moss clouds, but it's fun either way. It is... Whoa. Itchy. I can bring you in this way. I can't really bring it close to the camera right now, so this is the zoom in you get. I may have fallen asleep. You must have needed it. It happens. And yes, we do have shadow cuddles right now. Because cat is cat. Cat demands cat things. Okay, what can I do with this baby in my arms? You asleep? I'm very warm, I can tell you that much. You're fine doing this in winter, it's just, ugh, summer, too hot. It's beer, it's not for you. Look at those little eyes staring. It's like, I deserve the drink. His tail is like wagging like crazy, so he's not settled in the slightest. Which I don't blame him, because I'm also very uncomfortable holding him like this, so... And he's making me itchy, which makes me think he's been rolling around in the fresh cut grass, because the grass also got cut today. So, And he's probably been running around in it. I might have to put you down, Cat, because you're actually really making my face itchy. So, I have a sneaking suspicion he's been rolling in the grass. Alright. Sorry, baby. You're going down. Where's your blankie? There's one. I think the other one's under here. I chucked it under here when there was the thunderstorm. Oh, come here. Here you go. Nah, he's already walked away. Grass. Oh yeah, I can see a little grass dander on me. He's been running around in the grass. Ugh. Cats. Gotta love them. Don't gotta love allergies though. Okay. Okay, time to buckle down. It's what, been 2.5 hours? I feel like I've done barely anything. Where I have actually done some stuff. Just I said I just wanted to work on these first 2 panels anyway, because, like, this is the outside, so. Alright, so that can just sit and dry up the top, because we can always add in another coat of the glitter or touch up that. Right, so we're going to go for, like, a tealy aqua mushroom trees. Oh boy. Well, so I spent ages sorting all these out many streams ago. And unfortunately, a lot of the rubber bands have actually started to break down. So, a few of my colour bundles have started disintegrating, which is quite sad. Alright, that's 2 blue. Glitter. Yeah, gotta have the glitter. A Labrador keeps rolling on the dry grass out the back and is constantly covered in grass seeds. Yeah. It doesn't help right now that it's, if you're like even slightly allergic to grass, because the allergy, it's like high grass pollens at the moment. So, yeah, just, ugh, been so itchy lately. Oh, dropping markers everywhere. I'll be very, very glad when I finish the old alcohol markers or get them to a point. In fact, they're probably at a point that I can almost start looking at switching over the baskets and move the water-based markers into the bigger marker tub, because they overflow like crazy from this bin. And we need the bigger marker tin, which is where they're going to go. Yeah, the old markers, they're being worn down for certain. Okay. Yeah, we'll just use some Tarbos. And very, very carefully. They are kind of tiny, so it doesn't, like, shading doesn't have to be pedantic here, because, you know, they're tiny. I got practically the same color. I thought I had a darker variant here. We'll use you. I'm going to do some of these trees darker teal. Yeah. So I could technically sit here with pencils or anything like that, but also water-based markers. Quick, easy, does the job. Right, do I have a really light teal? I'll go into light blue. Yeah. This way, I'll colour in all the trees and we don't have to worry about too much pedanticness. But we will grab out fine liners and just do a quick shadow on them. Probably could have grabbed out fine liners to colour them in, to be honest, but hey, this works. Oof. So has anyone got any exciting plans for tomorrow, Saturday? Although I know for some of y'all it's Friday. I do have to drop Mum off at a market. So that means we've got to get up early and pack the car. Might go to the op shop. I need to get some stuff printed actually. Just colouring, nothing wrong with that. I'm also going to try and get some colouring done. I did think about streaming tomorrow, but it would be a like stop start kind of day. Which, depending how I feel, maybe. Could also do it after I pick up Mum, though. Should probably also be the one cooking dinner and stuff. This is all presuming Mum's market goes ahead right now. The weather's not looking great, so, you know, might not. So, yeah. Ooh. Itchy, 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 itchy. Right, the top of that is getting pretty hammered already. So how's the fine liner end looking? Not great, but it'll work to finish this section. Katie! Hello, hello! How are you, lovely? Oh my goodness. For all my Twitch friends, if you are not familiar with the beautiful Katie, where have you been? Well, it's also understandable because Katie's taken a break from streaming, but she's back. And she is the most glorious chill channel. And if you follow her, you get follow songs, and if you raid into her, you get raid songs, and it's just sweet and calming and cute and adorable, and it's fully made me want to buy Fields of Mistra, and yeah, should be there. Thank you for doing the shout out for Twitch. I just realised my chat was being blocked. Well, this is fun and beautiful. I just binge watched Heated Rivalry in a single evening. Nice. I saw on the Discord that you were. I was like, oh boy. It's nothing quite like being able to watch the entirety of a television show in one sitting. Yeah, this is a very fun colouring book. It's Monster Party by Aleksei Bitskoff, and basically what it is it's an older style colouring book called a pictura. So rather than just being like pages in a colouring book, it's one continuous panel. So this is panel 1 and panel 2, and then I have to do this without touching the glitter because the glitter's still drying. but it carries right across. So panel 3, panel 4, panel 5, and it's got 8 panels. So it's quite the huge colouring book. Like, you know, I'm not going to be able to get it all on camera because it's huge. And it's not my longest colouring book either. Because I have a couple that are like this that are 15 and 17 foot long. So, yeah. But this one's fun because it's all monsters. Monsters heading to a party. It's just fun. 70 feet, that's wild, yeah. It's, there's one that's called To the Ends of the Earth and Back Again. And it literally goes all around the globe. And then there's one that's called To the Ocean Deep. And you just go deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper into the water. Which is very cool. I really like that one. So. And then I have another one of these 8 panel pictorial ones. And it's all cats. And it's just cats in the garden. There's a bunch of them. I keep meaning to get some more because they're just fun. Like, it's just neat. But yeah, we're just playing around. Because it's monsters, we're having fun with the colours. So we did the sky and the ground. And now we're doing some tealy aqua green mushroom trees. We've got our glitter green clouds. Because why not? The ocean deep one could get scary. It could if you're like especially scared of the ocean. It does get pretty trippy down there. It gives me very much Subnautica vibes, which I kind of dig. But I do understand big ocean, scary. Oh. This is why we're trying to be careful, because the glitter's still wet. There's my paper towel. Gotta be careful. Yeah, debated between colouring this or carrying on with my Sagittarius Earth sign girl that I was colouring. But I was like, you know what, it's Friday night, I feel like a beer and just having some fun with my colouring page. So, monster party it is. But yeah, it really reminds me of Our Real Monsters, which I wasn't really hugely into, but my brothers watched a lot. Oh no, glitter hands. Honestly, Katie, if that was the only place I ever got glitter in my life. Oh, it's me. I get glitter everywhere. I love glitter though. One of the colouring rules. If in doubt, glitter it out. Thought it was a Scorpio page? Oh. Is it Scorpio? What did I say? Sagittarius? No, that's the one in between. That was the one I was contemplating. Because it was like in between the ones that I'm working on, right? That was like an empty space in between. Yeah, you're right. It's Scorpio. Yeah, because it's... Oh my god, there's so many papers in this book. This is the other one that I'm about to knock over my beer if I do this. That's a disaster waiting to happen. So this is the one that I was working on. I have these multiple books I have on zodiac signs. Hold up. Let me move this glitter back in front of the fan and see if that'll give it a chance to dry while we wait for the water-based markers to dry. And then I can show you the other stuff I've been working on. So this is Oceans to Stars. You know, see Pisces says if it's not too much trouble. Of course you can. We love being derailed here. Nothing better than a detour. Katie, I will literally bring up the grocery store website and we will go grocery shopping on stream. I do not take much to be derailed. You are fine. Grocery shopping on stream is fun. Amanda, hello, lovely. Good morning, good evening. It's nearly 10, it's past 10 p.m. here. I don't take much to be derailed. Yeah, it doesn't take much. So yeah, this is Oceans to Stars by Lydia Fenwick. So this actually has 3 sets of each of the star signs. We do everything but colouring here, pretty much. We did just take 20 minutes because Shadow decided that it was his turn to be on the desk. So, you know, kitty in control. So yeah, it's got 3 copies of each of the star signs. So the first lot is ocean, so it's the star signs as mermaids. So Aries. Missip 30, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, but kia ora from New Zealand. Welcome in. Yeah, oceans to stars. Taurus. Let me know if it's not particularly clear. Gemini, which, God, I love. I have fallen so hard in love with this book. Cancer. So they each have like a little shell to inspire you. So Cancer is the moon snail. And Leo, lion's paw. And then obviously taking inspiration from actual fish as well, which is so cool. Virgo, angel wings. I freaking love Virgo, and I cannot wait to do this one because you're going to be playing with depth and perception here because it's half in the water and half out of the water. And like, oh, I'm excited to get into here. The fact that you can kind of see, but it's also kind of not. It's, yeah, it's going to be fun. Libra with the sand dollar. Her hair is just, And then Scorpio. And then Sagittarius. Yes, life illustration. If you want to drop the full link, small, if you can. If you can't, it's quite alright. We will grab that in a moment. Honestly, the amount of times I've been doing Lydia Fenwick lately, maybe I need to. Capricorn, which is my one. Which I almost coloured her. So love. I'm so far behind. You're all good, Amanda. You're all good. Aquarius, whose shell is abalone, or we call it pawa. Pawa here. Gorgeous. I have several pieces of actual pawa around that I can pull out to reference, and I definitely want to try and do those shell colours in her tail when I do Aquarius. And here's Pisces, which has the Murex. I'm not good at pronouncing names, but yeah, so that's the Pisces mermaid for you, with the massive school of fish behind, which is going to be, again, real fun to play with depth and perception. But yeah. And then what it does after that is it splits it then into Earth. So you have each of the star signs, but is inspired by Earth elements. So you've got rocks and flowers. So this is the section I've been working in. Sorry, I just hit my mic there. So you got Aries. So this is honeysuckle and diamond, which these ones are a lot more portraiture-like. So love. Oh my god, I love this. Katie, are you going to get into colouring? And if you do, can we like dual stream? Because I would so colour with you on stream. It would be a delight. Taurus, which is poppy and emerald. It's just so pretty. And Gemini. I'm a kid with crayons, basically. That's quite alright. That's, you know, there can be some beautiful things done with crayons, and there is no wrong colouring. All colouring is valid. Cancer, which uses colour lily. I don't know how to pronounce it, but the lilies, and oh, just love it. The little hair clip being a little crab. She has another book themed around Chinese zodiac. She does, and she's also one of the illustrators of the Fourth Wing colouring books. There's a couple of Fourth Wing colouring books, if you know the book series. She illustrated one of them. Leo, which this one Smalt has done, and it is absolutely beautiful. Just the face card is everything here. And then Virgo. Leo gets 2 flowers. Yeah, some of them get 2. Some of them just get the 1. Yeah, Virgo is adorable. And then Libra, I just love Libra, and her colors are light peach and blue, and the hydrangea flower and opal, and I'm just like, oh, that is a beautiful color palette. Like opal stone colors, light blue, peach, like, and hydrangeas. It's not a combo I would normally do, but I can see a lot of fun with Libra. I almost started Libra, but I'm working on Scorpio. So of course Scorpio, the colors are crimson and black, and it's a peony and topaz. So I have not decided, because topaz comes in a lot of colors, peonies come in a lot of colors, so I'm probably going to do a crimson peony. But you can see so far what I've done. I've got like quite a limited palette that I'm trying to work with. So yeah, mostly just skin in here so far, but I love how it's progressing. Having a lot of fun. So that's Scorpio. And then in between we have Sagittarius. Which is like where I was getting confused, because it's the one in between. I'm like, I should do it because then all three will be done. But also, you know, I've got to finish the other one first. But I don't have to finish the other one first. This is Carnation and Turquoise. Just love. And then the one that I have finished in here, which of course, being a Capricorn baby, I did Capricorn. Good bot. So yeah, this is all Inktense with super golden markers and a little bit of glitter on the scales there as well. And then paint pen to remove the hair. So yeah, dark grey and brown were the colorways, and then African violets, jasmine, and onyx. So yeah, that was interesting to play with. So yeah, really limited color palette that I played around with, but freaking love it. So very, very pleased with this one. Sneak peek for anyone for January pages. Yeah, almost came and did this one tonight, and then I was like, nah, we'll play around with monsters. So it's all just living in there for the moment. And then Aquarius, which also freaking adorable. And then we have Pisces. So this one's water lilies and aquamarine, and again, so much fun playing with water here because of the fact she's underwater. So, and all the other ones I've done Inktense, but I know with her I'm going to want to pull out watercolors and probably my granulating watercolors and actually do a bit of a watery background, so it's more like she is underwater. Maybe the acrylic inks again too. But yeah, we will be doing a watery effect under here. Hilarious that they gave amethyst to Aquarius when it's February's birthstone, which is when Pisces starts. Yeah, I don't understand why certain stones are for certain ones, but I guess Pisces and aquamarine. I don't know. But yeah, the colours are indigo and sea green, water lilies, and aquamarine. So yeah, that's the Earth section. And then we have the Stars section, which is why it's called Oceans to Stars. Because you go Oceans, Earth, Stars. And then we have the star signs again, but this time it's star signs, so they're all like galaxy space. So I'll try and be a bit more quicker with this one. So you technically get 3 lots of each of the star signs in this one. And it comes with like their little meanings here too, which, you know, grain of salt, because you can't boil down everyone on the planet to 12 personality types. But freaking love Leo. Just everything about that pose. Just like Leo is ruling there. It's just like, goddamn. There you go. Libra. Scorpio, which also fabulous. I mean, I would hate to think how heavy that actually weighs for a hair, but very pretty. Sagittarius. Capricorn. So much hair on this one. Love my hair. Aquarius. Again, waterfall here. Hair weighs nothing in space. Very true. Very true. And there's your Pisces. And I already know with this one that because it's her swimming towards a portal, this is going to be like, you know, we've got our water here, so we'll do our cool blues, but I might do this like a warm pink, and I'm going to have it glowing out here, so there's going to be a lot of fun playing with light here. Yeah, so I've got lots of ideas already for this book, because I just freaking love it. And then, yeah, that's the back of the book, and I suspect she is a Capricorn, because she's used a Capricorn image to represent herself, but with extra, because he's a lizard. And she has little scale friends. But yeah, love, love, love. So yeah, sneak peek for anyone who wants to see what else I've been up to this month, because that's one of the things I've been doing. But freaking loving Lydia Fenwick's work right now. So, yeah. And it's just one of my, like, star sign books, but it's so fun. Hopefully the glitter is dry by now. Not quite. This does take a little bit to dry down, but it's starting to get there. I can pull out a hairdryer if I really need to. But also, we'll just be careful. Yeah. One of many things I've been working on this month. It's fun. So I hope everyone's doing well. Also, hi Amanda. Sorry, you came in and we fully went into Oceans to Stars. I hope you're doing well. Good morning. I know it must be quite early over there for you. I hope you've got a fun day planned full of lots of lovely colouring. Oops, I probably should have brought the purple down there, but that's fine. I had taken over stream demanding Pisces pages. You're fine. You are fine. We get derailed very, very quickly, and I know Amanda knows it. I know most of my stream knows it. It's easy to be distracted. So many pages, just not enough time. Very much the case, perfection. I just need to not sleep, which has kind of been the case. But also sleep is important, so we're not prioritizing colouring over sleep. 9:30. My son is off sick from school and my other son is making his first wobbly but very fast steps, so I'm on the edge. Oh no. Oh no. Well, hopefully it goes okay today. You're in planning anyway? Ooh, what are we planning? We planning a new colouring page, new YouTube video, secret projects, or secrets. I need to remember to triple check that my Animal Crossing download is happening today. So excited. We've gone grocery shopping and price comparing more than once. The Fort Drink makes all kinds of stops. It really does. Oh, it does. It does not take much for us to be derailed. But that's half the fun too. Like, you just never know where we're going to go. And you know, you never know what we're going to end up discussing. As long as it stays positive and friendly and PG, we're all good. Because we like our safe little cozy bubble of happiness. Which is like, we might go grocery shopping, but we also, all food is good food, fed is best. And will look at stuff, but also you don't have to buy stuff. But if you like to buy stuff and never use the stuff, that's also valid. We celebrate everyone as is, because, yeah. All we ask is a bit of positivity and love and kindness. Just see, out the next 2 weeks I'm planning to launch a whole new YouTube channel. Yeah. Those that have not seen, Amanda is now ALLJ Colors and is going to be separating out their art channel into ALLJ Art. I might try to make it to the print shop tomorrow and print out the specialized page for the charity stream, the colouring page for the charity stream, and have that ready to go. That being said, the print shop will be chaos because it's also the stationery shop and it's back to school time, so we'll see. It depends if I can get a park or not. Might also go to the second-hand shop, because why not? I am also still trying to hunt out a shelf to fit in the little gap here so I can put all my dolls on it and actually have space back in my room. And I can put my sewing stuff at the bottom. I have a very specific style shelf that I know will fit in there. So, just trying to hunt out a shelf. If I can find it, yay. Yeah, that might be an idea. We might go to the op shop tomorrow. There's so many rules about usernames though, so I have to wait, and I hate waiting. Yeah. Gosh, when did I set up my channel? I think my channel I set up in 2014, so can't even remember. Oh, back in the day. But it makes sense. I just yesterday saw your big mythographic collection. Oh, you watched my complete pages tour. I mean, complete collection tour. I know words. Anyone wondering, I haven't even had a full beer. We're fine. I just stumble with words regardless. But I hope you enjoyed watching. I love filming collection tour. It's always a lot to film that every year, but it's fascinating to watch how the collection changes. So for anyone wondering, on my YouTube channel every year I put out a complete collection tour where I go through my entire colouring book collection, which currently stands at 443 books. So as you can imagine, it's a lot of books. So yeah, part 2 got released, but it was funny because I was looking at something and YouTube suggested an old collection tour video from 2023 when I had one mythographic. It was like, oh wow. My, how we've grown in 3 years. Bit more than one mythographic now. Sounds like quite an undertaking. Yeah, it's about 18 hours of content all up. It takes a while, but it's really fun to look back over the years on how the collection has changed and to see what I do work in and what I don't work in of my books, and even simple things like the style of my colouring, the trends within the community, because there's like definitely over time certain, like right now it's all about cozy colouring. That's really popular in the community, so there's a lot of cozy colouring books that get released and they're really easy to find all over the place. But yeah, you can kind of see certain trends within the community, which is kind of fun to see too. I know, I find it real fascinating to look back on the videos. Again, I've only done it, like this is my 4th year making it, but it's still really cool to have. And little things like looking back on my collection when I had one mythographic and now I have 20? I have an entire shelf. I have a lot. Not that, you know, you need to have every single mythographic. Again, there's no right or wrong collection size. It's what makes you happy. I was enjoying, so I watched the 2 videos yesterday. My goodness, that means you watched 8 hours of me. And now you're here in stream. Well, thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoyed them. And I appreciate it very, very much. There is part 3 releasing tomorrow, which will have my Hannah Carzon, Marie Trial, Teresa Goodridge, RJ Hampson, I'm blanking on names, Selena Fennick, basically like hardcover and then A4 books, like Amazon printer books, and my LOM books as well. So yeah, I've been slowly making collections smaller. I tend to get the same books and artists, and that's valid too. Like over the years, I think not only does your coloring style change, but also like you learn more what you're likely to color and what you're not as likely to color. So nothing wrong with recognizing that, you know, something that you brought to start off with is not actually something you'd color in now, because your style has changed, even if you used to color in it all the time. What I realized filming collection tour is that I used to color a lot in Camellia de Irico, and I actually haven't colored her in quite a while. And she has got like really cute style and it's really fun to do pages in, but it's just like, oh, I haven't actually coloured any Camellia de Irico in a long time. I used to colour her a lot because she used to be one of my simpler artists to colour. So when I was studying, she was my like go-to grab for a long time there. And then yeah, it's like actually I haven't coloured her in a long time. And before you ask, no, I'm not unhauling the books. Because there'll come a time when I do want to colour her again. Yeah, I'm waiting for the new video. Fantastic. It is going to release in 10:30, 11, 12, and then 12. So 13 and a half hours. Because it's midday tomorrow. It's queued up to release. Midday my time. I know why I chose midday. I just chose the time. Alright, teal mushrooms. Seems as good a time as any, exactly. Speaking of good time, it's unfortunately a good time for me to go to bed. No worries, Katie. I know it's very late for you over there. But so you're on and want to say hi before going? I very much appreciate it. I appreciate you popping in, hon. But yes, I know it's ridiculously late there, so please do go get that good rest. I'll be live again this time next Friday. I'm going to try and make this my regular time. Instead of being a morning streamer, I'm going to try my hand at night streaming. I've still got to play around with lighting and stuff like that for night streams, but we'll get there eventually. So I appreciate you being here. Yeah. Double A! Hello, lovely. Oh my goodness. Yay, Double A's here, though the fact it's 2 AM and you can't sleep, but you thank goodness you're live so I can be lulled back to sleep. Absolutely, Go to sleep, go to sleep. I don't really know how to sing nursery rhymes. I love her. She's one of my favorite artists. I love her original artworks and I'd love to learn to paint like her. Yeah. She has some gorgeous stuff. There it is, 10:37 a.m. It's 10:37 p.m. here, Miss Ip. So you're bang opposite me. It's 10:37 p.m. Friday night. Which makes it very easy to work out time zones. So midnight your time is unfortunately midday my time, and that's when I will be dropping the next video. But it will be there for when you wake up. Unless you're a night owl, in which case, well, I'll keep you company overnight. I started you with 300. I have 220. I think we'll go soon because I don't care for the shuffle page. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I shuffle pages. I'm thinking you mean the shuttle art pages. I know the books you're talking about. Yeah. During artist name books. Yeah, that's the reason why I did unhaul 17 books at the end of the year. It was basically shuttle art books. Mostly kids books, which I just hadn't touched all year because I would work in the cozy colouring books. So it's like there's no point to me having these books at all. Yeah. Hello my friends, how are you? Fun book and love the sky. Thank you. Yeah, it's such a fun book. It just felt like a Friday night book, you know, just a lot of fun. We've been playing around with Neo Colour. We chucked a bunch of stickles in the sky because why not have green clouds? And then yeah, we'll just use a bunch of water-based markers to do all the teal mushrooms. And now we're up to the fun little monsters. And yeah, it's just fun. It's just so fun. It's such a fun book. Yeah, we're just aiming to do basically the first 2 pages because they start going into the house here. So yeah, now it's time to start doing some of these little guys and just figuring things out. Again, they're monsters, so it's like they can be any colour, which is kind of fun. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of stockbook images either. No judgment to anyone that enjoys them. They aren't for me. Exactly. I did enjoy them for simpler colouring, but I now have so many cozy books that I don't need them. And at the same time, it's also school holidays, and you know, I know there's a lot of bored parents, like with bored kids out there and parents desperate for activities. So I just took them down to the secondhand shop. Like they each had at least a page done in it, but there's still a lot of colourable room in it, and they've got like a 50-cent bin. And I was like, I know it's got a page, and they're like, nah, it's fine. I also took down a bunch of big colouring posters that I had that I just recognised I'm not going to spend that time investment on it. If I was going to colour something like that, I would colour a book. So I got rid of all my posters as well. As much as I love them, I was just like, I'm not going to colour them. And again, they can... there's a lot of kids out there that are bored. So yeah, those ones, they've already found homes. Yeah. Yeah, I would have given in to my nibblings, but my nibblings have about 16 books in the lounge already from an old unhaul. So yeah, they don't need more. So it's like, nah, second-hand shop, and yeah, they can just flick them off for cheap. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with them. Again, if I didn't have all my cozy books, I'd probably still colour in them. Sometimes it's quite cute to have those sort of simpler kids books to just have fun in. I still kept, they're not the shuttle art books, but I did keep like my Barbie colouring book and my Monster High colouring book because they're fun. Also, Monster High colouring book, though, again, when the nibbling was here the other day, I was in the middle of filming collection tour. In fact, you'll see it in part 5 because I have to stop, start so many times because the nibbling keeps on coming in, and cut them out of the footage and all this sort of stuff. But yeah, because I was filming that, I did go through like kids books at that stage, so I had out on the desk the Monster High colouring book, and of course the nibbling has learned about Auntie's Monster High dolls, and so is now asking me all about Monster High, and so I had to sit down and flick through the entire book of Monster High and then look at the Barbie colouring book, and it's like, I appreciate you want to do this, child, but also Auntie is trying to film here. I have one book with Shutterstock images, but I can't destash it because it's my first book. Everything starts with it, and that's also super valid as well. Again, nothing wrong with everyone's collection is their collection. So if your collection is Shutterstock art, if your collection is AI, if your collection is only PDFs or only color by numbers or only mandalas, that's like, you do you. Coloring is such a personal activity, and it's not about, you know, the trends, the like, you have to color like this, you have to do this. No, at the end of the day, it's what makes you happy. Yeah, you can't color wrong. Little brown teddy bear. And we got rid of a couple of Joanna books. Yeah, that's valid. I got rid of Secret Garden. I'm considering destashing Enchanted Forest at the end of the year. But that's an end of the year thing. There's no right or wrong reason. My very first colouring books I don't have anymore. I do regret that. I mean, the very first colouring book I got was Joanna Basford Secret Garden 2015, and I unstashed that because I just wasn't interested in that. Yeah, I do, like, in a way I regret it because it's got old colouring in it. It would have been cool to have, but I didn't really vibe with colouring back then. But when I had my fall in 2021, and then I was using colouring to regain my hand strength, I was just colouring all sorts of stuff. So I was colouring Shutterstock art books, but I was also colouring a lot of kids books, and I was using crayons and felt tips and just whatever I could get my hands on, because it was about regaining hand strength. I was even colouring like with big chunky crayons, because again, I just needed to retrain my hands to hold things. And it was literally like, colour the page, turn the page, colour the page, turn the page. And those books just got chucked out because they weren't for anyone else. They weren't even about the final image. It was about the process of colouring to retrain my hands to hold pencils. I do have some older colouring from that time, but it's not the learning colouring. It's not the therapy colouring. It was at the point where I had started getting some hand strength and I could hold things again. It was when I was starting to kind of fall in love with colouring just for the sake of colouring, not for the sake of retraining my hands. So yeah, but in a way I do regret that, because it was like, it was a step in my colouring journey, but I also didn't realise at the time where my colouring journey would take me. So it was just colour, turn the page, colour, turn the page, and I didn't know that in, 5 years time I'd be doing this as a YouTube career. It's not really, but I didn't realise how much of my life would be involved in this hobby back then. I have 200 from artists. Fantastic. You're going to fit right in here, Miss Up. I will warn you now, there is a running joke of hashtag Amy made me buy it. I apologise in advance. So he's lives on TikTok and there's a group colouring. My friend was kicked off the page because she doesn't have the actual book. All she had PDFs. That doesn't matter. It's still just as valid. Yeah. It doesn't matter how you colour. Colouring is colouring. If your colouring is... Oh my god. Okay. I'm going to get another example of something I've done recently. Into the darkness. Okay, we're just bringing the whole stack over. we're just bringing the whole stack over because this is going to be the easiest way to explain it. Right. Okay, lost a bookmark already. So, detour. You'll, if you're here for the birthday stream, would have seen the page we were doing in Christine Karen. Ohuhu markers. You know, lots of careful shading. This is still a work in progress. I want to go in with some pencils, but it's sort of alcohol markers and, you know, using ohuhus. And a lot of people will be like, yeah, of course that's colouring. You're using ohuhus. You're colouring in the lines on the page. And then it's like, wow, if that's colouring, you know, is Magical Worlds by Joanna Bassett, is this colouring? Because, yeah, I coloured in the lines of the page, but I didn't use appropriate media. I used kids' markers. This is done with Crayolas. This is all Crayola Super Tips. I coloured on the page. I turned some of them into watercolour. And then I also coloured the thing in glitter. Yeah, it's still colouring, right? It's still colouring. Sure, we're getting into some different media, but okay, yeah, still colouring. You can very easily argue then at that same point, like, oh yeah, that uses Neocolor too. So okay, painting counts as colouring then, right? Because this is Neocolor 2s, but it's all done water soluble. It's all done with, as painting. So then painting counts as colouring, right? Which is where Oceans to Stars come in. So this is still counted as colouring because it's just painting. Not a single pencil has touched this page. It's all been done entirely with paint. It's all colouring. It's just a progression. And then you can flip on the other side of that and go, you know, colouring, no, you must have markers on the page, right? You must make marks on the page. Okay, cool. So here's a page with alcohol markers and pencils again. So, okay, yep, colouring. I made marks on the page. But who's to say that you have to use pencils on the page? Why can't I just use the markers on the page? Do I have to shade with pencils on the page? It's still colouring. In fact, why do I have to use expensive markers? Why can't I just use my kid markers, and why can't I just colour it as a general square on the page? Why do I have to shade it all? That's still colouring. In fact, why do I even have to mark the page with a pen? Why can't I use other mediums to make marks on the page, like papers? It's still colouring. This is jigsaw, essentially. This is me cutting out scraps of paper and turning it. This is, like mosaics, and rather than me colouring in, it's me making those squares out of scrapbooking paper. This is still colouring. So yeah, all colouring is valid. Yeah, I really enjoyed this. So you'll see this when we get to the Colouring Heaven section, because I pull out this magazine here, which is the Stained Glass Flowers issue. And let me make some room. Yeah, and I talk about in it, like, you know, I'm like, yeah, it's a cool issue, but I don't know, maybe I need to try, you know, actually colouring it as if it's stained glass and play with the lighting effects, and then maybe if I don't really vibe with it, I'll get rid of it, because it's like, it's the same old, and, you know, I have one that I colour flat, so I don't need it for flat colouring. And then as I'm about to turn away, I just get this brainwave of, or I could cut out paper, and then I just talk about it. And then later that exact day, I took this, I went and photocopied a bunch of pages. I sat there and cut it out of different scrapbooking papers and glued it all down and turned it into a mosaic. Now here, I've used lots of different papers in the same tones. I realised that I need to use one type of paper for each section and just make sure it's a patterned one, because when you've got the different papers but with patterns laying next to each other, it's really funky. So I'm going to do it again. I mean, I've got like a bunch of different photocopies from the different pages, so I can do it again. But yeah, way so much fun doing that one. And again, still colouring. And is it not colouring because it's in a magazine instead of a book? Because it's a magazine one? Still colouring. You're being creative. You are putting colour on a page. You are taking it from black and white to something else, which can still be black and white, but, you know, you are collaborating with an artist to turn what the page is into something new. So therefore it is colouring. There are no rules when it comes to colouring. Have fun. Also, by the way, you just got a massive sneak peek into a bunch of my completed pages for the month. Yeah, so it's a lot of fun to... I've got so much like scrapbooking card too, so it's like really perfect. And it's quite fun to just sit there. It is how I've got a little cut on my finger because it's like pressure from cutting them all out. But it is fun to just sit there with a pair of scissors and cut it all out and then piles of Mod Podge and stick it all down. And it is like creating a jigsaw. And then you get to sit there at the end and put it all together. I got messages on TikTok and saying my Disney page is a childist, and I just say thank you, I don't care what you think. Oh. Very glad I'm not on TikTok. Can't do TikTok. I lose too many hours to it. It's too easy to lose myself. I love sneak peeks, yeah. I do too. Mushrooms. Oh, the little mushroom trees. I deleted TikTok. I needed my last brain cells. Yeah. I love the Disney page you posted on YouTube the other day. Yeah. That's so good. Some people just don't have anything nice to say. Compliments are free and don't harm anyone. Just oh, that's nice, or don't say anything at all. Exactly. Exactly. That's why I just... You know, positivity. Spread joy, spread araha. Put out to the world the energy that you wish to receive. That's why we focus on being a positive space here, and yeah. I mean, I do genuinely believe that all colouring is valid, so like, I'll also stand by if anyone says, nah. No, you can't do this. I'll be like, nope, goodbye. But, yeah. Some people are just meanies and that's their problem. Exactly. We ain't got room here for meanies. We've only got room here for nice peeps. That's why it's only nice people here. Can't wait to see them all. Yeah, you're making me want to get one of those books. I do, funnily enough, I do have a Millie pulled in the pile this month. Perfection, but it's the Secrets of the Sea one, and when I'm flipping it for video 1, where I'm flipping my Millie section, and I talk about the seals and how I might just need to outline them or something, I've got it pulled to just go in and outline those seals. I don't know if I'm going to do anything more, but I've got it pulled to at least do the outline on those seals. I think it'll help that page. Oh, excuse me. And that would work this way. I've had 3 shifts and 3 very different patients at the beginning of all shifts. Aww. That's all good, Perfection. You don't have to worry about that one at all. One day it'll call to you, but it's not right now, and that's okay. And if it never calls to you, it never calls to you, and you just never do it. And that's also valid. It cannot make you hate the page anymore. Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right, Rosalind, about like the way you worded it. It's like, yeah, I think I'm right about the idea of outlining it, and then you're like, the way you worded it, it's like, yeah, I just need to get in here and outline it. I need that to dry a bit before I do it a little bit more. Don't worry, I've still got buddies with people from last year too that I never did. I think the quilt stitching detail and outlining your seal page would help bring it all. Yeah, that's why I've got it pulled, because I really, like, it does make me not want to work on the book, because every time I'm just like, ugh, but I'm pretty sure just doing that would fix it. We're talking about this page here, by the way. If anyone wondering, Millie Mariotta, Secrets of the Sea. I think it just gets a bit lost. Oh, what do I have around here that I could outline it with? I've got glaze pens. I could use a glaze pen. See if we can at least get around the eyes. It also depends how my hands are tonight, because that's going to be a big part of this, is how are my hands. While we wait for things to dry on the other page. Yeah, see, already outlining the eyes. That makes the eyes pop a little bit more. Don't worry, Amy still has our Buddy and Forest Kingdom double unicorn pages from 2024. Yeah, and I am not getting to that anytime soon, Perfection. I basically don't count that anymore, because, yeah, the goal of this year is no pressure. So that means also I'm doing very few Buddy colours this year. Yeah, I have technically got one this month, but it's with Jess of Colouring Bumblebee. And it was literally today we were talking, we both were like, she was flipping Mythomorphia, and she's like, I've got an idea for the Basilisk page. Do you want to do it as a not buddy-buddy, where if we start it, we'll let the other person know, and then maybe we'll both get to it, but maybe we both won't. It's like, I can get behind that. And then I looked up some ideas, and I was like, cool, I've got an idea. I don't know when I'll get to it. And so, yeah. This is a not buddy-buddy. The seals need a little separation from the background. Yeah, they do. So I definitely think the outline will help. But yeah, I did get an idea for the Basilisk page, and then I've got my idea for the I don't know what page it is. It's like a Firebird one. I can't remember what it's called. So I have a couple of ideas, so if I could, I might get to them, but if I don't, I also don't, and that's fine too. This is scary, guys, because this is like the thing that I struggle with the most is line work. Because this is still where my hands aren't great. I know why we just started doing this now, but we're doing this now because this is the mood. Honestly, I love Forever Buddies because it at least gets me into the book I may not have touched, and if we both manage to get it done, awesome. Otherwise, all good. Exactly. Exactly. And, like, look at our Kieran page. Like, I got into the zone and got that done in a day. And, like, that's cool and all because it got me doing a page that's been on the whip, you know, on the list forever. And then, like, you're still going on it. And it's awesome. The things that you are doing in that page is also awesome. And it's totally worth the wait. And, like, if you never finish it, it's still amazing. Does that make sense? I feel like I'm rambling. I'm trying not to smudge lines. Yeah, look at that difference just in a simple black outline between the two of them. Oh yeah, I never would have touched that page with a 10-foot pole. Exactly. Exactly. I think they technically have like snouts and little nostril holes in here, but I'm not going to worry about it too much. I also technically have the whiskers, but I'm just going to focus on trying to get at least this part done. Okay, we're okay. It's very true though, Perfection. I'm pretty sure you're responsible for 90% of the Millie colouring I've done. Okay. Can I work around that white dot? Because I'd like to leave that white dot there. I may hate that. I may go back over it. It's gone a bit splotchy there. That's okay. Okay. We can clean that up. Should have done this before I did the white splotches. I can always add more white splotches on top. Okay. Yeah, see that simple little touch has already made it so much better. Yeah, if I was looking at the one next to it, Perfection, because I do have an idea for this one, which is literally just carry over the pinks, the purple and blue as the background and just colour this whole thing in black, but just do lots of granulating watercolour in the background. It's just like, oh, that could be fun, and just sit there and colour in the sections in black. So yeah, if I do one, it'll probably just be this one next to it. And now that I've done the black outline on here, I'm a little bit even more inclined, because that pop of black on here would also tie across there. Right. Debating if we do the whiskers. Because if the whiskers are the things that are getting lost a bit too, because they go past. So there's one going up on each side, and then the several coming down here. Yeah. That black line's already made a huge difference to it. And then we have like the little nostril hole here too. I haven't figured out where the whiskers start. Of course, I use the same iridescent pen for the whiskers as I did for the area it goes into. Metallic blue paint pen for the whiskers. Oh, that's what it's got at the moment. It's got metallic blue paint pen. But it's also on top of metallic blue paint pen, so it's like Yeah. I think because it's also going on to shimmer here, so it's just shimmer overload there. And yes, I am saying something is too shimmery. What I could do is wear the glaze pens out. Because these are technically quite sheer. I could technically colour over the whiskers with the glaze pen, and then at least it would be a different texture. Because it would be glazy. Glaze. Page I want to do is the seahorse on the page behind. That one, that's a cool page. Do it. If that's what you're in the mood for, do it. If you're not in the mood for it, don't do it. The joy of being an adult with free will. Okay, you're not smudging. That's the main thing. Yeah, that little bit darker, but also that slightly different texture. Okay, where do you go to? That's the real problem though. I can't tell where these whiskers end. Just make it up. If in doubt, just make things up, you know? Just colouring. Technically, that's a leafy sea dragon. Ah! Yeah. So just that little bit of change. And now you can see them just that little bit better. Tobias? I apologise if I'm not saying that correctly, but welcome in! Hello, hello. First time catching you live. Yes, I've just started switching up when I start streaming. I would normally stream at about 9 AM in the morning, but my work schedule has changed, so now I'm going to be streaming on Friday nights. So it's like 11 PM on a Friday night here, so I've been streaming tonight. We were technically working on this Pictoria Monster Party spread. That's what we have been working on, but we got discussing about certain things and it reminded me of this page. So I'm just kind of doing like a little fix up on it. We've just done like the outline of the page. I'm just going over the whiskers and just adding a little bit more to fix it up. So it wasn't popping like it should. So we're just using a couple of glaze pens here to go over the whiskers and clean her up. So how are you going? Kia ora, welcome in. This is the exciting thing about changing our stream time, is that new friends can also join in. Big giant whisker there. Yeah, so again, it's not changing much of the colour. So it's not like as stark as if I did them in the black, but that little bit of contrast does actually make them seeable now. Which is good. And yeah, I probably wouldn't want to use the glaze pens to do any stitching in between if I did want to stitch in between, but I could technically go in with a fine liner and edge different sections, and that's where we could put little stitch marks in. But I'm already much happier with it just simply doing an outline, like even without the stitching. Just that simple black outline has made that pop so much more. Now I'm so much more happier with the page. It makes me less angry about the book because I can look at it and go, okay, I'm not completely upset with the page. If you are who I think you might be, your Millie page is absolutely stunning. Ooh, we got someone else that colours Millie. Yay. I do a little bit, but no huge amount. I have a love-hate relationship with this book, which is what we're trying to correct. I love sea creatures. Jackie! Jackie! Hello. I love sea creatures. So this should be my favourite book, but I've had a couple of disasters in here and it made it really hard for me to want to pull out the book. One day I'll just go in here and just cover this entire page in glitter. But I have a page I really like in here, which is my penguins. My penguins. I like my penguins. I'm in Australia, Sydney, so should be able to catch you more often in the evenings. Yeah. Yeah, more Australians. Hello, neighbours. Did you want to give the eyes a white shiny? That is a very good idea, Smolt. And Smolt we trust. White shinies. Where's my white shinies? It is another of our buddies' perfection. Amy! Hello. Welcome in. Where the heck? Sorry, I just bumped my camera there. Apologies, I just have stuff everywhere right now. Alright, Doll, you can sit up there, hopefully. Not really. Okay, you can sit in there then. Yep, you can just chill in there. Right. Marcus over there. Lots of Marcus that have fallen behind. I love those penguins, too cute, yeah. And you do, Toby? Oh, seems like well known. Do I follow you? Are you on Instagram or anything like that? If so, shall we pay art tax? Do we need art tax? Alright, I will have a thing in here. So if everyone just come in, welcome to the chaos. We were working on this page here. Yes, it is the Pictora one. So we've done a little bit in that. And then we just kind of got sidetracked because that's how we go here. We go on vibes. So that's just chilling to the side. Somewhat. It's very awkward to work with. And then we were just talking about different things and looking through. We're basically looking through everything I've done so far this month and talking about what is valid colouring and what is not. Answer, everything. Yeah, which just got me thinking about this one. So now we're just playing fixed up on this one. If you've watched my complete collection tour, I talk about the problems I have on this one. So now we're just fixing it up. Because yeah, I mentioned in the tour that I think it just needed like a black outline and just a little bit more and it would feel more complete. So that's what we've done, and now it feels more complete. I have no idea where my white Oscars have gone because I don't know where anything is around here anymore, but we're just going to take a jelly roll. That'll work. Yeah. That was a trick question, Amy. Yeah, well, I've been doing some weird things in colouring books again this month too. Because you know me. I like doing weird things. I don't want to colour just the same way every time. I like experimenting and having fun. So I've been playing around with colouring as if it was a mosaic. Just making sure I've caught up on all the chat. But yeah, we've just been pottering away on that. I think I'm happy with that for now. I'm already so much more happy with the page. So what I just have to decide with this one is if I want to grab out fine liners and outline sections and then do little stitch marks, or if I just want to leave it like that. But I'm happy to leave it like that for a while and think about it because it's already like a billion times better. Just that simple little change. And then as I said, I think I want to tackle this page and just bring across the purples and blues, do a splotchy background and just colour it in black. I'm just going to keep it easy peasy. But that's a later on problem. So yeah, we were talking about, I've just dropped things out of it. One of the things that I have been, now the stuffed toy seals have bead eyes instead of embroidered eyes, they do. Actually, another good thing might be to put glaze pen over the eyes, so the entire eyes are also glossy, which could be fun, which does make it really stuffed toy-esque, and then I probably will want to turn it patchwork, so yeah, we'll think about it. But yeah, this is Colouring Heaven Stained Glass Flowers. Honestly, I'm kind of in the mood to do this now. Like, I know I'm in like a little bit of a chaotic bounce mood, but this is kind of like a good wind down sort of project. So I think I'm done on monsters for the night. But you'll see when the Colouring Heaven tour, which is part 4 of my complete collection tour, which will get released on Monday, part 3 is tomorrow. I pull out this book and I'm talking about whether or not I would work in it, because it's just a lot of like stained glass sections, and I'm like, you know, so. Then as I'm going to move the book off the page, I'm like, wait, and I get this idea about using scrapbooking cards and cutting it into sections and almost doing mosaic with it. I was like, I have to try that. So I did. I finished filming that video, I went and photocopied this book and then started playing around with it. There's so much Mod Podge on this page. But the first one that I did in here, I was using like multiple colours in each section. And I think using one colour but with the different patterns next to each other might work a bit better. I know, I kind of want to play around with it again. Yeah, we might just sit here and cut some papers for a while. And I kind of want to do that one. So give me 2 seconds to stand up and get more supplies. Alright, bright light warning. You'll do. I'll just pull you. Okay. Oh. Yeah, we got a few Australians in the chat. Alright, I don't even know what pads I picked. I just grabbed a bunch of pads off the shelf and was like, cool, that'll do. You're kind of vintagey. You're Christmas. I somehow pulled 2 Christmas pads off the shelf. They must have been at the front. I must have used them to make Christmas cards or something, so... Okay, you're just textured plain. I don't think you're going to be particularly lovely. Loud. Okay, just textured plain, if needed. Which could be fun to mix in with a pattern if I feel like I need more. Right, so basically, for these ones, I try to figure out how many sections that we've got. Go out of the way. So obviously we've got the bird is one, the little flowers is another, and then the stems is another, and then we've got our background. Kind of feel like that would be quite fun to play with in the background. The sort of pansies, purples, in small sections all across the background. Do I have any green already pulled, or is that what fell out before? That might be what fell out before. I have no idea where any of these areas are. I will just reiterate, please keep safe and don't reveal location, but it sounds like it's more like state and region, so that's fine. Just, you know, safety first. But I love the fact with live streams, like, you just never know who you're going to meet, and also how close someone can be to you. Because I was in a stream once, and through some very careful deduction and carefully said words, we managed to work out that we were 3 blocks from each other. Yeah. It's just incredible. Right, I have a little bit of green left over, so we can use that for the green in here. So if we do that sort of purpley brown, that could be really fun. What do I have in here? There's another green if I want green. Actually, that's kind of purpley too. Want something for the bottom. Look, I already have some stuff pre-cut in here. I think that's from like a multi-sheet page. Okay, that's a really nice, sweet little pattern. That's fun. Take your whole punch a million holes out of your pad of paper and then use the paper dots in a pointillism style. It will kill your hand, but worth it. It's so fun. Done that in a Destroy This Journal book, I think it was. Yeah, it's a lot, but it's so fun. Yeah. Y'all are going to make me want to explore more Millie. Which isn't the worst thing in the world. I've got enough of it to do. Okay, there's another sweet little pattern. So we could do... That will work for the flowers. Apologies, a lot of this is just kind of... Yeah. We got the green. A little bit of like a slightly speckled. And then that fabulous one for in the background. And then we could pop blue. We have more. That's green. Nah. Yeah. I think Millie has just such a fascinating and unique style. That's what makes it really quite intriguing. Again, I haven't done a lot of Millie, but I've had a little bit of fun with Millie. Like, she's definitely got... Yeah. I've got, like, 4 of her books, I think it is. So, oh, that's nice thin paper. That's going to make it easy. Alright, I think that's quite a cute little colour combo. So we do blue for the bird, and then we've got this purpley colour for the flowers, and then this actual pansies pattern for the background, and then green for the stems. I'm quite proud of the 2 pages I did for Animal Adventures. I can't wait to show them off. Ooh. Millie's work is beautiful, but it just confounds me. Yeah. I find it fun to sort of play around with it, but I do admit it takes me a minute to think with it. Like, it's not like I could just jump straight in. I've kind of got to think about it, but then when I do it, I enjoy it. So, yeah. Alright, now comes the fun point. We start a lot of cutting. Yeah, I started doing a bunch of painting in Millie, and that's what I actually really enjoyed, was pulling out my acrylic paints and painting in her work. Yeah. Sounds like the Millie group is quite popping. On another day, did you want to collar over your starfish page? I know you always say it's your disaster page. Yeah, I'm not sure if I just tackle the whole thing with glitter or collage and glitter or something. The other half of it has a patterned variant, so so yeah, it's got a more detailed version here, and then it's just got this here where I was testing things and it didn't really work out all that great. So I could technically photocopy these and copy them across and do a double up in it. But yeah, I don't know. Otherwise, I'll just pull out the glitters and cover the whole thing in glitter, because if in doubt, glitter it out. Aldi has some great... Yeah, I've heard that Kmart is getting Maria Trail. I don't know if they'll make it to New Zealand, because you guys get it in Australia and then stuff sells out and it never makes it to New Zealand. And then it not only has to make it to New Zealand, it has to make it to the distributors that will ship it within New Zealand. Not that I need more Maria Trail as well, but yeah, it's so cool. Yeah, I do like this one. This is, I think, one of my favourite. It's definitely my favourite in the book, but it's also shimmery in the background. But yeah, I looked up an actual reference for that one and then kind of just coloured in following the reference. So cute. Love my little baby penguin. Painting a Millie is a good choice. I think a lot of people see all the lines and think they have to adhere to them, but if you can ignore them and go realistic if you want, exactly. You can have a lot of fun just playing around and trying different things, and sometimes they don't work so great, and sometimes they work fabulously. I've thrown a lot of weird stuff at Millie, but it's fun. So I have Animal Kingdom, I think it is. Secrets of the Sea. I have Tropical Wonderland postcards because they live in my hospital one. I have 4 Millies and I can't remember them. Yeah, and I have Secrets of the Sea. That's the one we were fixing up. Fix-ups. Yeah. I like my painted snake that I did in Millie. That was a lot of fun. So basically, I have a photocopy, and now, whoops, I need to trim off excess there, because it's not very nice looking. So, this is where we start very carefully cutting. And if need be, you can also, like, the first piece I did actually mark what colour each piece was going to be. This one, I just kind of lay it on there. So like that's a green piece, and then this becomes a background piece. And you can see how long immediately something like this would take. Because it's a lot of fiddly colour cutting. Green, and then because it's photocopied with the black lines up, what I then do is I take Mod Podge matte and I stick down with the black lines facing down, then I recut around the tiny little pieces, and that basically makes our puzzle pieces. So a DIY stickers by number page, basically. Yeah, it takes a while. I don't cut all the pieces at once. I basically cut out one colour's pieces at once. So like, I just drop all the background pieces here temporary. I say this like I've done this a billion times. This is only the second time I've done this, but I enjoyed it, so, you know. And it's a great way to use up all the scrapbooking card that's been sitting there. Your background. Your green. You got way more patience than me, Amy. I know, I find something very therapeutic and just sitting there and cutting out lots of little pieces. Like, I will admit, this one took a while. but it's going to be awfully shiny because of Mod Podge as well. But I know, it was just therapeutic, you know, just put something on, chilled out, coloured away to it. I did all like the green sections first, and then I did the I cut out all the pink sections, and then I just tossed them in a pile and mixed them up and split it between 3 different papers. Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing I learned from the first one, is that I used too many papers. So I could also go over sections again with a black line or something, like a black paint pen, and give a bit of a clearer outline, which might help distinguish a couple of areas, but it still kind of works. It's just, even though I mixed up the background, you know, a lot of this one's all in one area. The full project books have got me back into colouring. Ooh. It's so cool to see how many like full project books are out and about at the moment as well. Have you got any of those sticker by number books? No, I have seen a few of them though, and I've thought about it. I've put them into the carts a few times and then gone, nah, I don't need one. I'm good. They do look awfully fun though, and those isometric scenes ones, where it's like the house on an angle and something like that, they look really fun too. But also, like, why spend money when I can craft my own? Why spend $10 on a product when I can spend 2 days making my own? Why indeed? Why indeed? It's like that meme, you know, crafters are the only ones that will spend $400 on craft supplies and 2 months knitting a sweatshirt to avoid spending $50 on one from the store. You already have the books and paper, so this makes the project free, right? Exactly. Exactly. It's totally how it maths out. Maybe there's a few slideshows of past project books I can link them to if you'd like. I would love that. Is that the sort of thing I'd be allowed to pull up on stream as well? For all our new friends here, we do a thing called art tax. Taxes are optional here. But basically it's, you know, we just share whatever you're working on, whatever you're colouring at the moment, anything like your creative projects, and just share it on stream. And we call it art tax because it's like, you know, your payment for watching the stream, I guess, but you don't have to pay to watch the stream. I'm just nosy and like seeing what everyone's up to, and I love being able to share it, so alright, this is where it gets awkward because you have to make sure you're not losing any bits as well. So many little bits. You know, when I started streaming earlier, I actually did not expect it to end up here, but hey. Where the journey's taken us tonight, and that's okay. At least the glitter glue will get a chance to dry on the other page. Some days I do focus deeply in one book. Some days it's bounce, 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 bounce. As they do have people's names on them? Yeah. No, that's all good. We won't share that then, Amy. If it actually names and is other people's work that can't give consent, we will not. I will check that out later. Thank you so much for sharing. You're probably going to make me want to do a Miller. And that's okay. But yes, I will love to have a look at that later on. So thank you. I'm not sure streams ever go where you think, and that's what makes it fun. Very true. Plans? What are plans? Especially this year with me trying to focus more on just working on whatever I'm inspired by or what I'm in the mood for. There's so much more bouncing around. You got to do some glittering, you hate your seal less, and now you get to do the crafts. All the wins. Exactly. And it's still colouring. It's just colouring in various forms with various media. Forget the plan. Forget the plan. Polychromos don't work well in Millie books. The paper is too smooth for a layering pencil. I loved using my Prismas in her books. They lay down much better. Interesting. Pretty sure I've used both as well. But yeah, I know I've used Prisma because I've laid down the Prisma and then I've gone back in with Distress ink over the top because the Prisma with the wax kind of has a natural resist to Distress ink, so I can colour it in first and then go over it with Distress ink, and it still gets slightly tinted, but it's not the same as like colouring directly over it. And I've done that a couple of times. I did that for like a lobster in one of them. I think it was a lobster or a crayfish or something or other. Something in that family. Do, 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 do. Alright, I think this is just about all the green. Careful. I don't know if this is the wisest thing to also be doing after a beer, but also it's like one beer that's taken me all night to drink. It's not like drinking the Korean wine. That's in my fridge there. Could be drinking. I have made that mistake before. So yeah, I will get the light situation a bit better sorted for next time. It's a new time slot, so it's going to present new challenges that I'm going to have to figure out and all that sort of stuff. But I'm glad that it's meant that a few old friends and a few new friends can join us, and a few of the regulars. And I'm aware that again this won't work for some of the other regulars because it's such a different time slot compared to where we were, but it's the only time I can kind of see working with the new work schedule. So yeah, I haven't been sleeping, so I had a glass of white wine and struggling to keep my eyes open now, but it's too early to go to bed. But it also, if your body is telling you it's bedtime, it may be bedtime. So don't worry if you need to, you know, drift off to the land of Nod. I know there's a few people here that have me up as they're sleeping. Apparently I'm good to sleep too. Like, I think that's really cool. That means you feel really safe and cozy and comfy and totally okay to hang out. And, you know, like, I'm really fussy about what I will put on the television as I'm trying to fall asleep. So yeah, I think it's a big compliment because it means you feel safe, and it's the biggest thing that I want in streams, is to feel safe, both for myself but also for the audience. And I'm still learning the myself part. I'm getting better at making sure it's safe for me as well as for everyone else. I've sent over my crow page's art tags. I never shared it. Ooh, art tags, art tags, art tags. Awesome. Alright, I'll look at that later, Amy. Oh, that's pretty. That's pretty, Rosalind. Oh, let me close your one. Ooh. Okay. No mistakes, just happy adventures. Exactly. So this one is by Rosalind. It is a crow. Look at that detail. I love the fact that you've got the patterns, but it still feels 3D. That's really gorgeous. I'm watching while working. If anything, you're keeping me awake. Yes. Happy to help, Amy. Oh, it's a great photo. I get, you know, you're working with prismas. Shine reflect is awful. But it's also fun because you can see all like the texture and stuff like that. And all the detail. It's gorgeous, Rosalind. Well done. I'm telling you, you're gonna make me work in a movie again. Wow, that was a voice crack. Thank you so much for sharing. Right. Cut around the bush.
Bazinga.
They were Polly's there. New YouTube subscriber, thank you so much for subscribing. We have anonymous follows here. I think it's just hard to do that as I didn't like it so much. I just closed the book. That's valid. Not every page is going to be our favourite, but also what we view as like not good or not our favourites might not be what like others might see as their favourites. I've definitely had people comment that they're like, oh, this one is my favourite, and it's like, oh, okay. I kind of hate that page. Because again, art is subjective. Everyone has their own vision and what they like and don't like, and yeah, it's interesting. People, just because you don't like it doesn't mean other people won't. Oh, this place is awkward, awkward, awkward. There we go. Yes. So many little fiddly bits. Yeah, I try to only cut out one section at a time, so I'm like dealing with less chaos everywhere. So we're starting with green apparently. I had a page in Wild Summer by Joseph Kettenberg earlier, but it's a bit too dark to take a photo right now. That's all good. So the thing with art text too, like, it's not necessarily about sharing like your perfectly finished off perfect work. It's about celebrating creativity. And so it's just like whatever you're working on. It doesn't matter if it's something that you're proud of, it's something that you just like met on. It doesn't have to be complete. It can be in progress. It doesn't have to be great photos. Obviously, try to keep, you know, personal identifiable information out of it because this is the internet and we want to stay safe. But the point of it is to just celebrate creativity because, again, what you deem as like meh might be incredibly inspiring to someone. You just don't know how what you are creating can impact someone else. So the point of it is just to be like, this is what I'm doing, and then we can go yay, because all colouring is valid. Yeah. My husband is my biggest supporter. I thought I'd gone too bright in the background on the Kieran page, but you assured me it'd look amazing, so I kept with it. I second guessed myself so much. I'm so glad you've got that support. To the point where I often don't start things at all. Yeah, that self-doubt voice in your head can be detrimental. I honestly could not be cutting all those tiny bits, Amy. My hands aren't feeling too bad today, which is the only reason I could do it. If my hands were feeling bad, this would be a nope. This would be a nope. How do we share photos here? Usually Instagram DMs. I am also on many other platforms, so Instagram DMs is usually the easiest way for most people. And just give me a heads up that you've sent art text. Otherwise, if you're not on Instagram, I can do like Discord. I can pop open Discord. I've got a few people that do it via Discord. I can do it via email, technically. You know, we'll find a way, but yeah, most people just send it Instagram. But whatever you're most comfortable with. So yeah, now we take these pieces. We be careful because there's a fan going, so it's going to want to start pushing things. And then we stick it with the black side facing down, which is the important part because the lines and the printing from the photocopy means that that's our right side, which means this is our right side. We want it on the right side. If we stick it this way, our pieces are going to be backwards, and then they're going to be white. And we don't want that. We want the green. And so I just stick it any old way. Just make sure they stick down. This is just Mod Podge mat that I'm using to stick this down. And I apologize if anyone's chatting right now because my hands are full of bits and glue. So I've also just realized I forgot to cut some bits, but that's okay. I am presuming, because I did see the chat move, but I can't see the chat, I am presuming that Smalt is being amazing, because Smalt is always amazing and is just done a focus mode. Who would I be without Smalt, y'all? Get yourselves a mod that's called Smalt. Actually, don't steal my mod. Be lost without Smalt. I'll be lost without all my mods, but I'll be lost without my Smalt. You'll find your own Smalt. Ooh, sorry. I will be looking up and we'll look at art text in a moment. I just... stick down. Make sure you're sticking down flat with no creases so that when we recut all this, because yes, we have to cut it all out again. Right, now here comes the problem. Is sometimes you have these tiny little bits and I don't know if it's a section or not, so I stick it on just to be sure. Just in case. Right. Alright. And then while the glue is still wet, because I should have done this before I started gluing, but your girl got excited, did not think. Now I have to cut out these tiny little bits. Hold your breath, hold your tongue the right way. Don't stick to the fingers. I know we're full of glue, but it doesn't mean you can stick there. Apologies. Such exciting stream. Streamer ignores chat to play with glue. Streamer drives everyone insane. Cutting out irregular shaped pieces of paper. Streamer, many question why she's even doing this. Don't worry, I do too. Streamer summoned back to therapy after talking about herself in the third person too often. I'm sorry, I'll stop amusing myself now. Alright, we're almost there. Stick. Stick, stick, stick. And last little one. Nope, right way. That way down. Thank you. Right. Okay, make sure we don't have any issues like that, because we don't want them to lift during cutting. Make sure everything is nice and stuck down. Also gives us a chance to thin out the glue, because we don't really need any big glue globs. And then we put our brush back to soap. Right! Hi! Okay. Let me catch up. Page. Can't wait to see. Honestly, could not be cutting all those tiny bits. Yeah. Also colour the crow page. Ooh. How do we share a photo with you? Yes, Instagram. I can send you my finished Camellia de Erico pages as art tags. Yes. Is this the one you were doing during the birthday stream? Yes. Send you it. Perfect. I can see I got a few Instagram messages. That was just my mum sneezing. Do you recommend any other pencil brands for Millie's book? What if I'm across the table right now? Stuart makes funny noises and entertains all. Well, Amy used material the first time she said on Instagram, but you could use your scraps of material to do this as well. Yeah. You could turn it into a quilt pattern, you could. I have done quilting in the past too. Probably have some photos somewhere of my quilts too. Okie dokie. Alright, let's get these babies open. Oh, look at the pretties. Look at the pretties. Cool, and then... That was just my mum sending a message. I'm just double checking my mum's like not sending me a shut the F up. Because my mum has a market tomorrow and is probably in bed and I just noticed the time, so we'll be good. Right. Hello. We're going to move you into my messages so you don't hide in there. And we can go back here. Oh, look at that prettiness as well. Okay. First off, we've got to make sure we actually follow. Yeah. Okay, that's going to be helpful. Right. Let me move you down there, and I'll just have to be careful. Okay. ASMR mode. So we have this beautiful submission from the lovely Amy. This is the page that was started during my birthday stream and had the nose disaster. The nose is looking fabulous. You've done really good considering how erased it was. Also, I can see shimmer sprays here, which love. So we've got two different tones there for different lighting. But we have my favourite. We have Splatter. We have Sparkle. We have so many bits and pieces. It's freaking cute. I love it. Yes, I did get your page, Toby, as well. That's coming up. I've got a few to go through. But, oh, love. I also now want to work on Camellia de Erico. You'll make me always want to do this. And then we have this from Jackie, which is the Dimension the one. Was it Dragon Spell? No, Wild Summer. Which, oh, so pretty. I love the pop of the teal against the tan of the sand. And also in here, the neck, the start of that shading there, just yummy. Something about that shading is just very pleasing to me. But that looks amazing. Now Amy wants to work in Myth Graphics. Amy already wanted to work in Myth Graphics. I have several of them pulled for this month. This is the problem of doing complete collection tours, that I just am like, ideas. And then the third one to show is from Toby, which is the Millie Mariota page, which, oh my god. Woodland Wild. I think that's the one I have. Which, oh my gosh, stunning. And y'all, like, y'all weren't kidding about Millie Mariota. This is what I needed. Is like, frickin' heck, it's so cool. So, so beautiful. So yes, I am now following. Thank you for sharing. So good. Thank you so, so much, y'all. So... And for anyone that needs a boom, and then a boom. For anyone that needs a direct link. I find that Derma Chroma Flows and Luminance pencils also work well. I tend not to use water mediums in it, but the paper doesn't deal with it very well. Can tell you that I've got so many bleed throughs and so many cleanups. I also find it fun to chuck stuff at a page. But yeah, it is almost midnight here and I am fairly confident Mum's in bed. I also should probably head to bed at this point. I kind of feel like I could go for a couple more hours, but I'm aware I have to get up at 6 in the morning, so yeah, it might be time. But this is quite fun, just to wind down and do a little bit of paper cutting, and yeah, just have to make sure. Oh look, there's another. It's night time. The bugs are in. Make sure I don't lose any bits there. But yeah, it's been really, really fun, and I think this time will work. I just have to find a way to sort of block out a bit more noise so that when Mum goes to bed I'm not disturbing her as much. So that will be the next, and the lighting and stuff like that. Again, it's going to take a minute for me to get set up to stream at night, but yeah, I appreciate you all being here, and it's been wonderful to, yeah, everyone's artwork was the perfect way to end stream. I loved sharing it. Oh, so many of you clever people out there. So yeah, 7:30 PM New Zealand time next Friday. I'm going to aim to stream again. If other than that, maybe streams on Saturday, Sunday. We'll see how we feel. I don't know about other times, but I'm going to aim to at least do a consistent Friday night stream. And then in the meantime, tomorrow at midday New Zealand time, part 3 of the Complete Collection tour will be releasing, so there's another almost 4 hours of content there to watch. There'll be another one on Monday, another one on Wednesday, so you know, lots of videos coming out this week as well. And yeah, there's also the Tubiathon coming up, the charity stream that Jackie is also involved in, a lot of us are involved in, so I hope you can all join us on the 1st of Feb for that as we raise funds for the World Cancer Research Fund. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be 24 hours of gloriousness, and it's going to be fun. So fun. I've got chaos plans. But yeah, I'm just trying to be a little on the quieter side because I'm pretty confident Mum's in bed. But yeah, I appreciate you all being here so much. All the araha to you all. And I'll see you all on the next stream. Bye.